notion that resources to support language, to support knowledge, to support identity are limited when it comes to certain languages is a notion that has something that it does not declare. Since 1994, we've heard that there's not enough money to accommodate all languages, especially African languages. This is a
to write definitions, to compare, to make hierarchies, to extrapolate. We use language all the time for what we learn and what we produce. So in other words, for our scholarship, for our reading, for our writing, for our teaching and learning, etc. It's really a vehicle for teaching and learning. So the imperative of this framework is to improve epistemic access, and you will all know that epistemological access is really a big issue in this country, especially with the previously disadvantaged institutions, where we have to open up access, not only formal access, but also epistemic access to the people of this country. And if we take it a little further, we can say that there's a link between language and what we think, what we believe, what comes from our heart, and how we create and apply new information or new knowledge. That in essence is the definition of epistemological access. And we must think now how can we apply it to open up universities and scholarship to students. And ultimately, the purpose of this framework is to address attrition by improving student success. We all want to scale down or want to see that the dropout rates at our institutions go down. We want to keep students in the system, and we want them to complete their degrees within the minimum prescribed time. And we have a number of responsibilities to do so. And language is one of those responsibilities that we need to focus on to help our students, to support our students to do the best. Is that me or is it somebody else? Shall I continue? Oh, there we go. So you've heard a lot about SADiLaR, and as our program director has indicated, Masibidi, here on my right, she said that SADiLaR is the acronym for the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. Now, SADiLaR is a so-called research infrastructure, and it's part of SARI, the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. It's funded by the Department of Science and Innovation, and it is considered to be a strategic center that can support the implementation of this new policy framework that we're talking about today. So, consistent with SADiLaR's mandate, and I want you again to focus on the text in red, please. What should we do? We should stimulate and enable digital research and development in South Africa's 11, and hopefully soon it will be 12, official languages, to cultivate and to grow the digital humanities scholarship in South Africa and the continent. Just by the way, on that point, SADiLaR appointed the first professor of digital humanities in South Africa, and we're really trying to establish the field of digital humanities. Later on, over tea and perhaps in the questions, you can please engage us on what is digital humanities and why is it necessary and what do we want to achieve with that. So, grow the digital humanities scholarship in South Africa and the continent while creating strategic synergies with local and international partners with similar or complementary infrastructures. Now, added to this, and I want to focus on the strategic synergies now, we're all based at different universities. We're at UNISA today, but we have to support each other. My own institution, Northwest University, has got a lot of language resources that they can share. They can share the knowledge. UNISA, for example, is, as you very well know, is the only university in South Africa that offers all 11 official languages. So you've got a great deal that you can share with other universities. And that's the kind of strategic synergies that we're talking about. That's what we're talking about if we're saying we need partners. Because we all in the sector have similar issues that we need to address. So what's the purpose of this audit? So, yeah, as you know, the policy framework came from the department, from the Minister's office. And the purpose of it is to support higher education institutions to develop and possibly later on help implement a model for sustainable language development and language support. And if I talk about language development and support, I refer to all the official South African languages. So what can we do to help the sector to develop a sustainable model for language development in South Africa? Remember, we used the words equitable, equity, equal, fairness, and that's where all this comes into play. Now, the imperative exists to do a comprehensive language resource audit, and SADILAR was tasked to do that by USAF, if you look at the last bullet there on the screen. So USAF said, okay, we'll support the Department of Higher Education and Training with this audit, so we will commission an entity to take responsibility for this audit. So what are we looking at, for example? We look at terminologies. Do you have, for example, multimodal lexicons? University X has got a lexicon for the field of biology, for instance, in 6 official languages. But then University Y also has a lexicon for biology in 4 languages, but those 4 overlap with the 6 of the other institution. And madam, you mentioned we're going to bankrupt this country if we're going to rely on resources from government. We just simply don't have the money. So why invest? Why do each and every university spend a lot of money, time, effort, energy on developing these resources if we can coordinate things better and pull things together that we can share and learn from each other? That it's not, because I'm at Northwest, it's Northwest property and nobody else can lay their hands on. So that's the idea around this, and we sincerely hope that that is where we're headed. We talk, for example, about language technologies available, spelling grammar checkers, corpora. We in SADILAR, one of our partners in SADILAR developed spelling grammar checkers. It's called the Otsomato project for the African languages. It's available, one can use it. So why would another university develop something similar? Because it costs time, it costs money. I'm involved, for example, in a project where we collect data from student writing for a learner corpus of academic writing. Now, up to this stage, unfortunately, we were only able to collect English and Afrikaans texts because those 2 remain the biggest languages used at universities. So we encourage students to also write in Setswana or isiZulu or isiXhosa. We want those kinds of texts because if we have corpora on those languages, we can do research. We know what kinds of errors students make. We know then how to address those errors and how to design our language intervention courses, etc. We also have to look at what expertise do we have available across the country at different institutions. I, for example, am a trained applied linguist, so I typically work with these kinds of things on a day-to-day basis. I also dabbled quite a bit into sociolinguistics, where these things come into play as well. So, but how can you rely on me, for example, to come and help you? And how can I rely on you? Because there's a lot to learn for me from you. What infrastructure do we have at the different institutions? And as you very well know, there are so-called richer universities in South Africa and so-called poorer universities. How can we support those universities that don't have the resources that we might have? For example, do we have language laboratories? Do we have enough researchers? Do we have, for example, a language directorate? But then we should also ask, do we need a language directorate? And what would the purpose be? Etc., etc. We can continue. So today what you're going to help us with is to complete a questionnaire. So because this questionnaire is sort of stock taking, we want to know what you have at UNISA, what you can offer. It gives us a better idea, and we do exactly the same at all other universities. The questionnaire is completed anonymously up to the very end, where you can indicate whether you would be willing to participate in future research or or contributions that you would like to make, then you can add your name. But it is anonymous, so you don't need to worry. We want your gut feel, your honest answers to the questions. Last week we were at VUT, and in the responses they indicated that, wow, the questionnaire made them think of a lot of things that they don't have in place yet. So also look at it from that perspective, that it can be positive, it can contribute towards a better understanding of what we're doing. But it's only stock taking. We're taking stock of what is available at the universities. So we developed one for staff, one for students. This afternoon we'll see students. And each questionnaire has got 5 sections. So the first section is on institutional information. I need to know, is it UNISA? What are your official languages, etc., etc. You will see when you get to the questionnaire. Do you have language services? We define it in the questionnaire. What's going on in terms of language development in your teaching and learning? What are the languages of communication and administration at your institution? Now that sometimes becomes really a bone of contention, because I know at my own institution we have 4 official languages: Afrikaans, English, Setswana and Sesotho. But most communication is in English only. And students and staff get upset about that, because they say, no, come on. And then the 5th section is on student life and co-curricular activities. Please pardon my ignorance now. I don't know if you have a lot of co-curricular activities, being UNISA, being a distance education institution. Perhaps you have. It will be very interesting for me to check the data afterwards to see what you have in place and what not. So, yeah, that last bullet I've discussed on the previous slide as well. My apology. It got copied and pasted here. What are the next steps? So, first of all, later this week, Thursday and Friday, Prof. Langa and I, and I think 1 or 2 other colleagues of Salinar will attend the Vice-Chancellor's colloquium, which will be hosted by the University of Pretoria. There we will have to do our first report, a progress report, if you wish. So, officially, we completed the University of Mpumalanga. We've completed Vaal University of Technology last week, and today we're busy with UNISA. So by Thursday, Friday, we should be able to report on what we're seeing in the data. Now, that colloquium will most probably take the conversation forwards, and we will start identifying and sharing resources for the successful implementation of the framework. And next year, when is it? Next year, September, the final report needs to be submitted, and we'll discuss it. And in that report, we will make recommendations after we've developed this model, as we call it. So I would like to hand over the floor now to Prof. Langa, and we would like to listen to your comments and your questions. And we note them down because we also learn a lot from the comments made by colleagues. And last week at VUT, I learned 2 or 3 new things that I never thought of. So, Masibidi, do you take over from here, or Prof. Langa? And I can sit down. Thank you.
Do we have any questions, any comments, misunderstandings? Yeah. Prof. Langa will take the questions.
Igama kodwa ulanga isibongo esakakhumala. So mhlawumbe uma bethi Prof. Langa ngingasilwa ngicabanga ukuthi isibongo sakhe esakalanga. Cha. Isibongo esakakhumala. Ulas, Mashoba, Mziligas. Nazisa.
Hello.
Uh,
It's, this topic is very, very difficult, and it's very, yes, said, if the other scheme is realizing the importance of our languages, okay? But I think for me, really, it's a long journey. One, if you look at our South African languages, I would say African, because that would be very complex. If we look at our language, honestly, professionally, for one, adapt and then be clear on it, it won't be easy, especially in your sciences. It's a long journey. But if one would approach it in this way, that we need the common language, easy one that we are using around the street, for communication. In the beginning, we teach at least knowing those few words, in order to accommodate those students. Honestly, it will have example, a person there from Ghana is a lecturer. For him to know a clear Yatwana is another journey on its own. So, but if he can learn few ways that will accommodate those students, it will work while we are busy gaining on how to include all these languages in their subjects. I think that is what I'm very well.
That's a very good comment, very valid comment. But let's really bring this to the fore. The language question has never gotten such serious attention in this country since '94. The conversation has moved from the periphery of the academy to the center of the academy through this exercise. And I'll give you more context, because Prof. Toby mentioned that. The Vice Chancellor's Colloquium series that we're talking about here is a series that was initiated by Universities South Africa through its substructure called the Community of Practice for the Teaching and Learning of African Languages, COPA for short. And I do have colleagues here who are in the COPA, and very soon I'm going to be the outgoing chairperson of that structure. But Professor Matunsela is one member of the COPA. Through COPA, we initiated a conversation with the then executive Chief Executive Officer of COPA, of USAF, Professor Bauer, to say there is a new policy that is coming up, the new framework for higher education institutions. We need for the university centers, the universities in this country, to appreciate the philosophical underpinnings of that framework, that policy framework. And we said, what point to start than to start at the top of university executive management? And then we initiated this colloquium series. It's a 3-part series. We started with that last year at Stellenbosch University with all the 26 vice chancellors of this country to say language cannot continue to be in the periphery anymore, especially if we want it to be the languages of teaching and learning. Because the Human Rights Commission of 2012 identified language as the barrier of success in this country. And for a country that purports to promote and develop 11 official languages, that's a serious indictment, coming from a commission that was chaired by none other than our own the then Chief Justice. That language continues to be a barrier of access and success. And we must always link language and success and development. Because if we think that language is a fashionable thing that we meet in the classroom, then we're going back, me and you, in the old days where we had languages from our homes. We get to the school system, we're told, drop your language. Otherwise, cut your tongue, drop it down. Go in the school. If you speak in any language other than English, you get punished. We went through that violent life. And it's not nice. 1994, we have a Constitution 96 that says we uphold the significant role of all the 11 official languages. And up to this new policy, nobody is taking it seriously. We're throwing in money there, throwing in money there. Like Prof. Toby was saying, universities are developing all sorts of things, which is why we're here, taking stock of what is happening at our universities, to get a sense of appreciation of how far we have come in attempting to use languages as languages of teaching and learning. Once we get that appreciation, because this new framework does not have the type of escape clauses that have littered the previous frameworks, we want for vice chancellors to be involved next year at the final colloquium to develop a model that will say, this is how we are going to successfully implement this framework, 2022 framework. Because it took effect in January of this year. It must not fail like the previous frameworks. It must never. This one must not fail because it doesn't have those affordances that the others did have. But because we've closed those fences, we don't want to have a framework that will continue to look at universities as competitive spaces that we know. For instance, UKZN, I was at UKZN and I was Director of Language Planning and Development there. We made a lot of progress in developing isiZulu as a language of teaching and learning and research and innovation. But who else is doing that in the country? You look around, maybe Northwest, because Northwest has done a lot for Setswana and very little for Sesotho. Maybe the universities in the Cape region have done a lot for East Coast. But how do you know? You need to get the state of the art first, get a good sense of appreciation of what has happened, and then take it to the vice chancellors. This is the state of the art. We need to create a model that will make sure that from here we share resources to successfully implement this language policy framework. So first of all, let's get that sense of appreciation that the language question is now away from the periphery. It is right in the center of the academy. It is, the vice chancellors are accosted with it. They are seized with the question of how to come up with a model this time that is not going to fail us. That's a big scope. That's a huge, huge progress. But we will have to continue with what we have, like you say. You know, in the classroom, the lecturer will have to look at the multilingual setup that he has. How do you use affordances such as translanguaging to actually cultivate teaching and learning to take place in the languages that students are? And I don't mind about whether the professor is Ghanaian or English or French. I don't care about that. The learning takes place amongst the students themselves. If the lecturers could just, it's not about them. And this is what I say in my 6 years as a director at UKZN, that no, this is not about you. Yes, and you are an A-rated scientist. We want you there doing the science. But the access to knowledge must be in the language in which these students actually understand better. Because that's what you want, sharing of knowledge. And if as soon as the lecturers understand that, then the burden is no longer too much on them. Because we're not asking them to learn Setswana. No. And we know that you want to learn it competently until you can teach that natural science in Setswana. No. But we want the epistemologies to be accessed by students in the languages that they use comfortably. And we are looking for instruments that can afford that. And universities have developed various instruments, and that's what we are auditing. And once we get a good sense of the audit, then we report. We're reporting the preliminary findings of the audit on the 1st and 2nd of December, on the end of this week. But the final audit, that is going to be accompanied by a model, is going to be submitted in September, in the last of the 3 parts of the VC Colloquium series. I have given you a long answer, but with a lot of context, so that you get a sense of where we have come from, why we are here, and what is the next possible step. I saw a hand with Vice Dindler. Oh, another one there. Oh, okay. So I'm not gonna recognize hands. There are people that are doing that.
Thank you so much, and good morning, colleagues. Thanks, Bob. My name is Moses Owame. I'm actually happy that this workshop or about this topic about the language is actually organized, and the issue of language is actually the big elephant. One, I would love to really find out from basic education point of view, because that's where the foundation is. And it looks like we will only looking at the roof before we look at the foundation. I'm saying this because currently you look at how the admissions at schools, at public schools, are actually facilitated. Language is also used as a measure of exclusion, because where you have schools which are only using certain languages, and then therefore if you have not done those languages at other level, lower levels, then you cannot be admitted in those schools. So the foundation is very important that we must also look at, that. So I just wanted to find out how far are we and what is the link with the basic education. Because also the other thing is, it's not only about speaking the language itself. It's also about how we live. I remember, and this is still happening now, I remember when I was still growing up, if you could fluently speak English, then you were regarded as being smart. So that needs to change. And we can change that if we acknowledge and also respect other languages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamal. I think that's a very important question. I think his question is, how do you link this with DBE? And I think if you again read the framework, and Prof. Toby did hint that I was part of the ministerial panel that actually put together this framework. We actually thought that is one very important aspect that we need to fix in terms of our policy frameworks going forward. And there must be a very clear link with PANSALB and how PANSALB continues to support the 11 official languages. The policy is very, very clear on that link between DBE and DHEAD. And we have actually, and I'm very happy. So it might look like we have had the VUT audit and the Mpumalanga audit. But before these 2 audits, we had a pilot that afforded Prof. Toby and his team to sharpen the instruments that we're going to use as questionnaires. So we had UKZN as the pilot and NWU as another pilot. And then we started our full-fledged audit with Mpumalanga and then VUT last week. And today we are here. So we have had a chance to get a sense of what the academy thinks about this framework and about the processes that we are embarking on. And again, the link, they're saying most universities and all universities are saying, by the time we address this language question in higher education, the damage has already been done at basic education. And we have to percolate these processes. The thing about universities is that they are innovative spaces. They can actually, very quickly, as we're doing, develop the instruments that we require for interventions at DBE. But we need to take DBE together with us in order to develop the real instruments. And we're targeting, at COPAL, he will know, targeting our education faculties at our universities, because they are the ones who train the teachers that go and teach in those schools, so that we can actually fix the training, so that the training can affect the teaching and learning that is happening in schools. But at policy level, it is actually a whole different process, because it requires DHET and DBE to actually talk and fix the policy levels, because the powers reside with school boards that can determine whether this language can be brought into our classrooms or not. So the power is not even with the ministry, it lies elsewhere. So that needs to be fixed going forward. But the space in the policy is there for a full-fledged engagement between DHET and DBE, so that we can actually fix this conundrum.
Thank you. My name is Mbongabe. Mine relates to the currently we do have a challenge in terms of the silo fragmentation implementation of the language policy in general. So my worry is also about you just talked about the colloquium for the Vice Chancellor that will be hosted by UP. So I just want to check whether the issue of the UNESCO Decade of Indigenous Language will the national agenda, so that we don't continue this silo nationally. Because internally now, we are trying to consolidate everything so that we avoid duplication. So nationally, I hope you can also flag the issue of the national agenda for the UNESCO Decade of Indigenous Languages. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to move together, and we have a coherent plan, national plan. And PANSAP has taken the lead last week in their multilingualism conference to coalesce all efforts to develop a plan. And they invited somebody, this executive secretary from Akalan, to actually provide a frame so that we can actually have a national plan that feeds into the continental plan, and have a good program in the next decade on a decadal plan on advancing multilingualism, not just in the country but in the continent. Because the silo mentality is crippling universities now, and that's why we can't even transition into a good national plan. Because if you ask PANSAP, I can see some changes at PANSAP, but I've worked with PANSAP for a long time. I can see there's some movement in PANSAP. There's consultation of key stakeholders that are required to develop this national plan. We hope that we are going to achieve exactly that. They had a very good, I took part in the conference. It was a good conference, good objectives. I hope that we can transition beyond the conversations at the conference and develop a national plan. We need that.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. How do we deal with resistance from academics? In 2004, I met my maths lecturer in the library while I was completing my undergraduate degree. In 2014, the same lecturer stood in a platform like this here in Tunisia and said, I don't know this language. However, when our people go and start or work, say in Cuba, in that 1 year, they will know Spanish. In that 1 year, they will know Mandarin. But in South Africa, people just don't learn the languages. The Eastern Cape government, the DBE, they already published their matric papers in isiXhosa, in KwaZulu-Natal. All the exam papers, matric papers are written. We do have isiZulu from grade 1 to grade 12, but higher education institutions are still stuck on saying mathematics and science cannot be done in these languages. How do other universities deal with resistance from the academics? Thank you.
They can't fire them. Some of them are A-rated scientists. You need them. But I think you know, Prof. Earlier on mentioned that we need to invest in our languages. There was I think it was at the, my boss is not here now, Prof. Jali, he is our board member at SADILA. They were talking about us approaching the British Academy to get some of the support that they pour on areas of digital humanities and developing digital humanities in our African context. And I said in that conversation, do you know how much the British are pouring on the English language per year? And then you compare to the amount of money that we put as budgets for universities to do aspects of language development. It's nothing. The British are pouring around 350 billion in developing English globally. And then you talk about, so in other words, they have invested in the language. So it's not hegemonic by accident. It's because they have actually gone out of their way and poured resources. Stellenbosch, when we were at Kopal, Prof. Matemsela, you'll remember, the DVC Professor Ram Jagannath, he said that Stellenbosch spent on language, in their language policy effort for supporting English, Afrikaans, and Discourse. They spend per year 300 million. So they're pouring resources. So it's not that because it's African languages and we are, how many of us, 80% of speakers of these languages, therefore money is just going to be, it is going to be natural for us to develop these languages. Remember, they were stopped from developing. So it's not an accident that these languages are not in education and higher education. They were proscribed. Somebody took a decision that you bring your mother tongue into this environment, we will punish you. It's outlawed. You know, so it's not going to magically work itself into the classrooms, into our universities. Somebody has to actually consciously say, we want this. And because you want it, you invest in it. You have to pour resources so that these languages can be cultivated, developed, and re-intellectualized. Re-intellectualized, so that they actually can address nuances of science. When I was again at UKZN, because I've faced these questions before, many times over. At first, when we actually said, actually we are going to have a bilingual policy, it's going to be English and isiZulu throughout. From the interviews to writing in English and isiZulu at this university. Some of your elite professors said you are dumbing down higher education. You're destroying what we know of a university. So by introducing an African language, suddenly you are dumbing down mathematics. You are dumbing down biology, science. We are bulala. Gamayamas. Just by bringing, so why is Italian expressing physics and science? Why is Germany? Why is, I studied in Norway, why is Norwegian expressing science? The Norwegians, by the way, are a very good example. One man, Ivar Arsen, he drove the development and intellectualization of Norwegian, nynorsk, as you know it, to be a language of science right now that they're using. One man, Ivar Arsen, he is their idol, he's their iconic figure. Google him. I don't want to be Ivar Arsen, we have many of them. They are my big sisters that came up before me. We have many of Ivar Arsens in South Africa. Why are we not making a mark? It's because we tire. You know, when you meet those kind of professors and they tell you, I don't know this language, I don't know what it is. My program director told me, it would be idiotic if you want to learn Norwegian in this PhD program. And I learned Norwegian. I learned it. Sometimes it's the law. You just put the law. You just follow the law. But we are not there yet. Because once we say follow the law and we don't have the affordances, then we shoot ourselves in the foot. Let's fix the languages. Let's provide the instruments, the affordances, the required infrastructure for these languages to be adequately used as languages of teaching and learning. Then we can impel people to actually use them in the classroom. If not using them, allow for their use. And this is my biggest methodological variance. I don't care whether you are Italian or German professor. The learning and process does not require you for it to take place. Professor Madiba proved this with the translanguaging project in Cape Town, at the University of Cape Town. The students have a way of accessing the pedagogy themselves. They can actually use languages and various languages in the classroom to actually access the epistemologies, using language as a pedagogy. The professor can just marvel to see how robust the engagements are by just allowing these kids to actually use the languages that they know best. And then you can actually assess them. Because what you're assessing is knowledge. You're not assessing their linguistic competencies. You're assessing them on the basis of how much they know in that particular scientific area. I talk too much. Okay, she's telling me time up.
It's still morning. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Igama Musindiso Ntlabati. I am a student of the University of South Africa. I come within the College of Human Science, specifically the Department of Communication Science. And I want to start Lando. In 2020, as Communication Student Association, COMSA, which is probably the oldest student structure within the University of South Africa. It's even older than the SRC. We were invited to make a presentation internally in terms of diverse languages within the university itself, and they wanted a perspective from the students in terms of how is UNISA doing in terms of that. My colleague now, who's a graduate and is working for Media Monitor, help us prepare a presentation at time along the lines of looking in terms of how UNISA, within the existence of COMSA, has transitioned in terms of the language. Because from an institution that at the time would primarily prioritize English and Afrikaans, to slowly trying to include indigenous languages, as you rightly said, isiZulu, isiNdebele, and so forth. And the biggest problem is not wanting to have these languages within the academic style. It's primarily how best do intellectuals see them as part of developing a science. And I hope we're making sense there. So it's a case of the language in itself not being seen as you rightly said, dumbing down the science, the terminologies in the science, but recognizing that by having indigenous languages part and parcel of the study and research of science, making indigenous languages an intellectual pool or library to pull on in terms of writing science, then that will be the greatest transition for the institution. At the moment, it's a case of we just want students to be able to say that I can write an exam paper in isiZulu and isiNdebele. I can write a presentation and I can go to an interview with management and I can still use my mother tongue. So at the moment, it's at that particular point. It has not gotten to a point whereby if Ngena and I do an entire presentation in isiNdebele or in a swag. It becomes that. I just want to also have another two things that I have to add on. You have persons with disabilities, people who are blind and people who are deaf. And in terms of language, Braille is structured in a different way altogether. And there's an indigenous Braille system in South Africa. And even though right now sign language is possibly going to be, I think, our 12th or 11th language officially, it's a case of not a lot of people will have a sign language interpreter present. Let's say there was someone who was deaf here. Basically, whatever was going on here, they would not be able to interact. Someone who science is more, a friend of mine who uses Braille, who's blind, says that it's a lot harder for them to go through mathematics in university because not a lot of people are investing in making maths into Braille a norm of science study. So I guess for me, it's a case of the language becoming a science, where you just not seeing it as just for you to understand, but a practice. Yeah, that's what I want to go. A practice system. Yeah.
Thank you. A long comment, but let me not be as long as I was before. I think, let's say, for all our language policies across the universities, it's not enough to develop a language policy. You must have an accompanying implementation strategy. So, and we must call out on our senior executive management at all our universities. It's not enough. The implementation strategy, the implementation plan that accompanies the language policy plan speaks to those nuances. At UKZN, again, where I was for 6 years as the director, we had an implementation plan that spoke about these KPIs and outcomes of each KPI in all of those key performance areas that you've enunciated. Because in order for you to see that you're actually making the right progress, you see that in the implementation process. The articulation through the policy of your intentions is just one aspect. That's why Kwesi Pra has criticized all of our language policies. They have various incarnations as pious articles of faith with no force or effect because they were never accompanied by an implementation model and clearly articulated outcomes that you can actually track and measure progress. So that's why we are in this conversation, in this process, to get a sense of what is exactly is happening, present it to the vice chancellors, and tell them, before we actually leave this colloquium series, we want a model, an implementation plan that will translate this very well-developed language policy framework for higher education into an instrument of implementation to change the academy. We are not going to be the same as we are after this process. No, we cannot afford to be the same as we are. I was told my time is up. Okay.
Let's take the many questions that you
Yes.
Thank you. My question is, it's lovely how you introduce the whole matter, because this is not how it gets introduced to us as academics. We are usually requested to produce a glossary of terms, and that glossary of terms should then be translated into our indigenous languages. And that's tough to do, particularly because what then gets required of academics is that they have to be partly linguists too.
Yeah.
And
which is not possible.
We hate learning something new. And so it would be lovely if COPAL would play a central role in actually, even if just producing a document that says this is how you translate from a language new terms and new concepts. Because then we can quickly be able to use our expertise to make a difference. And usually this is unpaid labor, by the way, because there are no outcomes that come out of this that are going to translate to you getting ahead. And there's no payment for it. So I'll give you an example with astronomy, which is where I work. There is the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and then there's the South African Astronomical Observatory. They always have a request that, can you please translate this news article into isiXhosa or isiSotho, whichever language you prefer. And you are willing, right? After the first hour, you have done some work, but now you've got like 15 new words that you actually have got to go and translate into something new. If we had the expertise to actually say, you can do how the Greeks did, and you seem to actually know this, and this is the difference between a linguist and somebody who's in another science. And we would love to participate without actually slowing down our own careers in doing that.
Can I respond?
And then the last portion is, how can we use community engagement and engage scholarship to push this way forward? Because where this is supposed to be going is to people, to the custodians of the Department of Basic Education. Thank you.
Can I, Prof, before, because he's bringing something very, very, very profound. I hear you 100%, especially, again, drawing from the experience that I've had at UKZN. What we ended up doing, because, your training is in this scientific area that you are a specialist in, not in terminology, which is a science on its own, not in language practice, which is a science on its own, not in lexicography, linguistics, applied linguistics, and the other sciences. You are not that. You are a scientist.
Trained to speak everything in English.
Yes, of course, which is your handicap. If I had time, I would talk about that.
Yeah.
But at UKZN, what we ended up doing, because again, we had similar observations. So I am putting myself out there to actually participate in the whole. By the way, to us, there's a model. We've shared this terminology development model so that other universities don't have to struggle. So you actually isolate the terms in your discipline. You actually provide your expert knowledge equivalents of those terms. But then you mustn't be part of the process of developing the terminology. But this is how you participate. You participate as the subject specialist or the expert in the process. The people that are going to be doing terminology development are terminologists. The people that are going to be defining are lexicographers, because a terminologist does not do what a lexicographer does. They are all going to be sitting in the workshop, in the one room. And it's a series of workshops. So the first is a consultative workshop, the second is a verification workshop, and the final is an authentication workshop. It's a whole model of developing the science as we require for these languages to be re-intellectualized. So again, we don't want somebody sitting in their office and saying, oh, I'm developing this language because I'm a biologist and I'm developing terms in biology. No, you're actually doing what those professors were saying. You're dumbing down higher education because you're doing all the things that are not supposed to be happening. But through this terminology development process, and it's a whole scientific process, you are actually going to be cultivating, developing, re-intellectualizing, and ultimately producing a language of science, the academic language, which is what we want at the end of the day. But you move beyond that. Then you teach people the academic writing. So all this model is there. And UKZN has this model as a whole scientific model. So I think we need to understand that sitting where you are sitting, you can't actually develop the whole language on your own. It's a process, and it's expensive. I I have my PA, former PA at UKZN here. We used to average, each workshop would be about 95,000 to 150,000 per workshop. Multiply that by 3 workshops. And then there's a scientific process of developing a terminology bank, a multilingual terminology bank, where you will find these terms. And then we found out that no, actually students don't like going to the term bank. And we developed a mobile application that actually was, so that we have these instruments right in their fingertips. And they're sitting in a law lecture, and there is jurisprudence, and the kid has nothing that is cognitively plausible that links jurisprudence to anything that they know. Then they just go into the app. So you have to think about that whole gamut, that whole range of affordances that you need to put in place for a science like law to be done. And then you have mathematics, you have statistics, which is different from mathematics. You have biology, blah, 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 blah. So we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do, to come back to your original question. But in the process, we need to be doing something in teaching in these African languages. But we've got to go there.
Thank you very much, Prof. My comment is just brief. And the comment is that we have a hard drive in our mind which has been inserted 1652.
Yes.
That hard drive is the problem we have. But fast forward that hard drive, I want to posit here that if we do not read the history of colonialism, we may never understand why English thrives the way it is thriving. It was, colonialism was a calculated strategy to go into Africa and get resources. And when the Africans resisted, there was supposed to be a plan that Albert, the husband to Queen Victoria, and all those prime ministers had to devise. And the plan was to introduce Western education, Western language, and Western faith. And that has afforded that small island called England the power that it has today. If we have faith in English, if we speak and dream in English, this hard drive reboots and removes Ubuntu. This colonial agenda on language is a reality. It is a painful reality. The colonial agenda against education of the Africans is a painful reality. And my finding of myself as an English scholar begins there. I know exactly. I went to the minutes of 1848, you know, when they were sitting around the table. I went to the minutes. I saw who was sitting there and what they planned to do. And it is going on so beautifully. Unless we realize that we have a C drive that has been calculated somewhere, unless we see the curriculum that we are driving is a curriculum of post-World War II, designed in the West to advance the ideals of the West in English. Unless we get to that, we will be forever translating Macbeth to Umabat. We'll be forever developing glossaries. Those who sit with me at the Senate Language Committee know how angry I am. We've been doing glossaries for so long, but whose content are we translating truly? Whose knowledge system are we teaching truly? I don't mind studying English, but I mind very much not studying Ukai. I really mind very much. That's all.
So that's you know, it reminds me of Churchill when he was getting an honorary degree at Harvard. He said, we have had enough of these provinces that we've ground down and exploited. Now we have to focus on the provinces of the future, the mind. we have to be alive to the fact that the provinces of the future, we are the biggest defenders of English. We, the academics, we are the biggest defenders. We don't want localized epistemic accesses. No. I am told I am now due to my next meeting, and I apologize. I must leave. I have a meeting at the University of Victoria. But my colleague here, Prof. Toby, is going to continue with the questions, and then move on to actually filling in the questionnaire, because that's the exercise that we are here for, so that we can collect the institutional milestones, we can collect the institutional state of the art, and that is going to assist us in developing this model that we require, that must accompany this very good language policy framework that we currently have. But in and of itself, it cannot do anything. It needs to have an implementation strategy. And that's what we're trying to arrive at through this audit. Colleagues, I must apologize. I must leave now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone in the house. My name is Mpama Durani, and I'm a student here in UNISA. So, with what Prof. Langa Kumalo was saying, I picked up something where he mentioned that African languages are to be used for teaching and learning or something of that sort. So now mine is to ask Uti, how does SADILA aim to do that? Because we live in a society where someone's ability to articulate or speak English is how they measure how wise or smart they are. And also, when it comes to the employment of lectures, how are they going to do that? Because somehow, as a law student, I'll expect to get in class and to be taught a module called Law of Succession in my own language. And to also, how is it going to be able to accommodate each and everyone who is speaking their own or who feels comfortable in their own languages? And to take it back to your basic education, how, what is the aim also to change that? Because we have schools which are known as public schools where your African languages are being prioritized, if I may say, but they are believed not to be able to teach learners or to give that education which can be found in those schools, which are English and Afrikaans-based schools that are classified as your private schools and stuff like that. And although Prof. Kumar has mentioned that they cannot change that, but as SADILA, how do you aim to influence the decision that needs to be taken in responding to all these questions I have? Thank you.
Thank you, Mpo. Quite a number of questions, and I hope I can respond well to some of them at least, because to some of them I just don't know. That's the cop-out answer. But let me try by starting to respond. So, first of all, I think it's important to know or to understand that SADILA has got a certain mandate, and we can only do what the mandate allows us to do. And something we cannot do, that we're not allowed to do, we'll be in big trouble, is to intervene with universities and their institutional policies. So SADILA can only support, for example, UNISA. We cannot come and tell and direct and instruct UNISA, you must do this, you must do that. We've got knowledge in-house, so we can support universities in terms of their language planning, their language management, etc. That's one answer. Another answer is that SADILA, it's a center, it's a national center, as you've heard at the beginning. And in SADILA, we have a number of projects, and we have many partners in SADILA. And one of our partners is Prof. Lydia sitting here. She's from the Department of African Languages. She's intricately involved in SADILA. So we have a number of projects where we develop resources, And those resources, because they're funded with taxpayers' money, they're available free of charge to institutions to implement and to use as they see fit. Again, it's the institution's decision on what they're using and what they're not using. We should also keep in mind how old is Sadilar now? 5 years? So we're sort of in the second cycle of Sadilar. So we've gone through the establishment phase, and I think we're now in the consolidation phase. So we're headed in a certain direction now, and this language resources audit that was commissioned by USAF to Sadilar to complete, I think that we will also learn from it. We will also get to know what is needed and how we should position ourselves. So in part, we're already doing certain things, but we also still figuring out what to do. So this is also a very good learning process for us to see what the needs are. And so you mentioned the DBE, and it was mentioned, I think, 3 or 4 times already this morning. And just to put your minds at ease, that is not an issue that only you brought up today. It was repeatedly mentioned last week at VUT, for example. So people are really concerned. In response to that, I would like to say that, well, we're working in higher education, and Sadilar is commissioned by University of South Africa. So we can't really now go to the Department of Basic Education. But I'm thinking, I don't even know if the guy is still alive. UCT had a Professor Ian Scott at them, and he worked a lot on student academic development and support. That was his area of expertise. And he once said, and it was also recorded in an article that he published, that higher education tends to blame, let's say, further education and training, that band in the basic education. And they again blame primary education for not doing the right things, not training or educating learners at school level the way they should be. And I think we can make that very applicable to our context here. So why do schools not necessarily train learners in the African languages? Why don't they do it officially? Why is the department lacking? And what can we do to support them? And then Prof. Scott made the comment that we should stop playing the blame game. We should just pick up what we can from the ground and see what we can develop in our own environments that will take the matter forward. But then also being cognizant of what is needed elsewhere. So for example, in Sadilar, some of our projects, they're all aimed at higher education and science and scholarship, but some of them are very applicable to, let me call it by lack of a better word, by secondary education, very applicable in the secondary education context. So we already developed products and we're rendering services that we actually go to schools and we sit with teachers, we work with them, we do workshops, we develop resources, etc., etc. But it's a very important question you raised, and it's a very difficult question that you raised because of the fact that we're not allowed to intervene in those areas. But as Prof. Scott said, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do just nothing, because it's not my business. I hope I answered your question. I know it's not a sufficient or a very good answer, but that's what I can give you at this stage. So, but we can happily, over tea or lunch, we can further engage, and I can perhaps show you or tell you a little more on what we've developed already and what are available and things like that. So, okay, thank you. Apparently 2 last questions.
Okay, so you say, I'm very, very emotional now, and honestly, where I'm living now, I'm not in Africa at all. And then I'm playing a blaming game. Yeah. And the problem is with higher education, especially in science, the technology is running fast for African, and then we end up believing in what in other countries are bringing in Africa. renewable energy is coming, there are wind farms and all those things. And then everything that they are using is coming abroad, the knowledge, innovation. So the problem that we are having, we are not very enough. And the moment we not using what we are having in the country, if you look at Petro SA now, it's ugly. And there's a reason behind it, because they are using what we are having in Africa. Now there is another person who will promote the other thing that will kill what we are having. Then if you look at NRF, they will then, I will say that I have this much funding. If you talk about the renewable energy, then now they change my mind completely in what I am having in the country and believe in what we are having abroad. Other than that, please be careful. If we always are saying that learners are failing because of the language barrier, that is not always the case. Example, I remember when I was a teacher for mathematics and physics. In mathematics, they are failing back. Even now, they are worried that, learners are failing back because of the language barrier. But I asked them one question. Are you saying that in England all learners are passing mathematics? No, it's not like that. So if they are passing maths because of English, it doesn't mean it's their language barrier. Even in physics, they had a problem, but I realized later that no, the problem is not English, example, aircraft. They will write something about aircraft with the speed of this. A learner from a rural area, I don't know what this aircraft, how it looks like. He doesn't have any idea. And at the end of the day, how will he answer the question? So, that is why they are taught that maybe if we make pictures, it will help them and have an idea. But again, it is not enough. They must experience this, help learn on what they have in the country, but not in other countries. It will help them.
Okay, so I think I've got three comments, three responses to the comments you made. First of all, I absolutely agree with you. So no doubt about that, I agree with you. Secondly, you mentioned Petro SA looks ugly, indeed, but luckily they gave Eskom a lot of diesel now for a resource, so they also do partly good work. And then lastly, you're talking about language as a barrier, and that's what I would like to ponder on for a few seconds. In my own research, I focused on how language contributes to study success or how it hinders then study success, especially among the first-year students. So first of all, it's not only, and you've alluded to that, it's not only a national issue, it's an international issue. So even mother tongue users or home language users of English, and let's say the US or England or whatever, they also struggle. And the reason why they struggle is because academic language is considered to be a foreign language. Whether I produce academic language in English or isiZulu or German or Dutch or whatever, it is a foreign language. Even we as academics, you can just think when you receive a review back, when you submitted an article for publication in a journal, when you receive the review, sometimes they tell you, oh no, the language is very bad and this and that and the following. And so you see, academic language does not come naturally. It's really considered to be a foreign language, and we have to support our students with developing that language. So it's an international phenomenon. It's an issue that we cannot only blame. Pick up the ball from the ground and run, see what we can do. Just on language as barrier of success. In my own research, I, among others, also had a look at those variables influencing academic success. And if my recollection is correct, it is around about 20 variables influencing academic success, including financial stability, emotional stability, your health, the field of your study, the discipline that you're studying, language, and. There are many variables. Language is one of those variables. But when you start analyzing what hinders students, we realize that between 10 and 15% of academic success can be ascribed to language. So language is one variable out of 20, but it constitutes around about 10 to 15% of academic success. So with that data, we know that language is extremely important, and it is indeed a barrier. It's one of the big variables that influence success, and that is, among others, why we need to pick up this ball. So I hope I responded. You didn't really ask a question, but I tried to respond. This lady, I don't want to... Oh, sorry. You're putting me on the hot spot now. I thought just 2 questions now.
Can I also mention that we have the student session after the staff session? So if students are in here and they've got certain questions they want to ask, we can answer them. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity for the topic that we are having today. My name is Saba. I just have 2 simple comments on this topic of language. All I know is that language shapes the way we think, and it can be indeed a barrier to education.
Yep.
One thing that I want you to consider when you are deliberating on these language issues is that recently when I looked at my kids, the student that I student diagnosed something which is they speak 25% English, 25% Swahili, and just a mixture of them. I actually call them mixed veg. So when we are developing these languages for them to succeed, this group which is now called mixed veg, how are we going to tailor for them? That's one. The second thing which always disturbs me is that I know I'm a baby, but in Zulu, that's Funny Manizobon. What I've realized, I do not know how far my country has been, I think we have been sold out. And I'll tell you that because if I'm looking at this language development, then who is the funder? Because if we are not funding this ourselves, as I said, we have been sold out because we don't have much in our coffers. Those people normally dictate what will go to the society and what will not. I'm afraid that this issue is a little bit too late. If we have really been sold out, 75% of South Africa has been sold out. We are going to struggle to develop this languages to our children and grandchildren's satisfaction. I can tell you, if I did my mathematics in Sepedi, I should be flying with the sky should have been beginning by now. But it is indeed a barrier. And even when I look across most of my professors that are teaching me the subject, I found that most of them, if not all, they learned this subject in their mother tongue. And then English was not in their mother tongue when I asked them. And I said, then how is it that you have learned this in your mother tongue, but you said we can crisscross around English and get the gist of what this scientific subject is all about? And I found it one thing. So those are my 2 points.
I'm going to try to respond. I didn't hear very well because of the mic making a bit of noise. So I don't think I got the second question. But just to respond to the first one, the mixed veg. Sorry? Oh, the funders and being prescribed, yeah. So, on the mixed veg, I like that metaphor. And to my mind, now this is my personal view, I think it's very interesting and it's very exciting to have that mixed veg. Because in a country like ours, I think it's really necessary that we learn from each other and that we grow from what we can learn from each other. And if we put the little carrots and the beans and the sprouts and the mushrooms, if we put it all together, we have a nice vegetable stir fry. And I think that sort of also, we can also have food poisoning, but we'll be careful of the mushrooms. We won't pick the mushrooms in the field. But indeed, one should be careful. So it can be exciting, but we need to manage it very carefully. And I think it again speaks to that thing of working in silos opposed to working more in a matrix model. How can we really support each other? How can we strengthen each other? So that's my, but it's easier said than done. That I acknowledge, and I think that was the point you made. So I don't have the answer. I don't have the solution, the ultimate solution. But I know a few things, you know a few things, you know a few things, and how can we take together, how can we put together what we all know to make things better? Then the matter of the funders. I'm not entirely sure of who the we is you refer to. Do you, when you mentioned the word we, is it general public? Is it UNISA? Is it the institution specific? Is it cellular? I'm not entirely sure who you refer to there. But funding in the majority of cases comes from government. So we prescribed by government and the department what we should do and should not do. This, what we're busy with here today, this language resources audit, I think gives us the opportunity to tell government, to tell the department, this is what we have available, this is what we need, this is what we can contribute. I agree with you, it's going to be tough and it's going to be a long ride. I absolutely don't want to sound pessimistic, but I don't know whether in my lifetime, and I think I've completed half of it already, I don't know whether in my lifetime I'll see the end result. I doubt it actually. But I must make a contribution today. And my small little contribution, and your small little contribution, and your small little contribution, I think, I hope, I trust, will help us make things better. I don't think I really responded well to your question, because it's an intricate issue, or issues that you raised, and there are no clear-cut answers. So you're really putting me on the hot seat here. No, I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much. We are going to take one more question and then we're going for a body break. I would like us to take 20 minutes and be back at 11:40 and no, at 11:20. Yeah. Yes.
Can we have tea?
Yes, for a tea break, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay,
Tea, body break, yes.
Thank you, Mercy.
And can I also ask everyone who did not register to go to my left side, just outside on the store, there's the registration list so that we can know who's here. Yeah. One last question and we do for a body break.
Great, thank you. I'm Malebo, I'm an academic here at Resource, and I appreciate this kind of discussion because I also got answers to some of the questions I had. And I think that was going to help us to address some of the problems we are experiencing in the country, especially when there is some activity in the country. And I also everybody needs to strengthen the basic education and higher education. But at the same time, I think we are putting less effort into strengthening the link between higher education and industries. So why are we not including the importance of languages in industries? Thank you.
That's a very good point, and I'm very glad that we have the SADILAR colleagues here, and as I've said earlier this morning, we're making notes. So I think, colleagues, this is an important point. How do we include industry and the private sector in this whole thing? Because we actually train people at universities. We train students to go to the world of work, to go out there in industry and work. And we also need to help them to survive there, not only cognitively or with skill, but also with the skill and the knowledge to communicate and to present themselves, etc. So I think that's a very important point, ma'am. Thank you. If that was the only point, unfortunately, you know, I'm close to 100 already, so my hearing is not what it used to be. Are we done?
Yeah. Can we go for a body break, tea break? The tea station is on my right. And yeah, we will come back at 11. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anyone who did not register, please go on the left side. Just outside the door, there's a registration table there.
If you're asking about student well-being and how those about language at university, then I can put it.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm sure you had a nice break. So we are now going to go into the language audit, the reason why we are here. Can all the students in the room please raise their hands so that we can see them? Remember, we have another session for the students. So while you are here, then you'll then take, also take the audit for the students because you're already here. For all the staff members, this on the side is the QR code. Can you please scan this QR code on your phones, or you can also go to Mr. Technician. Can you please enlarge this page again so that we can see the bit.ly page? I want this. I want the bit.ly link, yeah, to be enlarged. Yeah, that one. Yes. Please. Yeah, good. I hope we can all see the bit.ly link on the screen. So all the staff members, can you please access the audit via the bit.ly link on your laptops? You can also do that on your cell phones as well. If you are struggling, you can also, okay, let's see who's struggling with this, and then we can then scan the QR code, because now we have only one screen that we have put our link on. And if you do not have any device on you, can you please also raise your hand so that we can give you a tablet for you to do the audit. If you are having problems accessing the link, please do let us know, then we will be able to help you. Lebra? Yes. Oh, I actually forgot. On the programs, there's also the bit.ly link and the QR code that you can actually scan as well. So you don't necessarily need to rely on the screen, but you actually have the programs with you. Do they have the students? Okay, good. Are you all in the questionnaire? Do let us know, raise up your hand. Yeah, call our attention so that we can help if, okay. Cassius, can you please attend to that here? We are going to have discussions after the questionnaires. So for now, let's fill in the questionnaire. And yeah, any questions, any comments that you might have, we will discuss them later. Remember, colleagues, no one is going to fail or pass. But the whole idea is for us to actually be as honest as possible so that we can able to see exactly what is available in your institution. And there's the last question about you providing maybe your name. That is optional, you don't have to. With a show of hands, can I please see people who are done with the audit? Okay, I'll give you a few more minutes to complete, then we can discuss. Can I see now how far are we with the questionnaire? 5 minutes. Okay. Luna, you're the student, it's fine. You can take your time. You can take out, yeah. Remember the student session it's later. So, yeah. Colleagues, how far are we? You done? Okay. Okay, I think we can begin with our discussions now. I presume that everyone is done with the questionnaire. Can you please tell me your thoughts around the questionnaire? Your thoughts. As you were going through the questionnaire, what were some of the questions that you were asking yourself? To those who were discussing, what kind of discussions were you having amongst yourselves? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Nyaima Manjalana, no, because this is really one of the problems that we are facing in the country. The problem of the mother tongue. Mother tongue, for me, it doesn't have a meaning. We had plenty of discussions about the meaning of mother tongue. Yeah, think about it. If you translate it in Yatswana, in Venda and whatever, then that's where you will see the problem. I have raised by, let me say, a Yatsonga lady. My father is a Zulu guy. We are living in Hammanskraal. My schooling, then it means is only Tswana, from Abuputa Tswana. Then it means it's a must that I do Tswana. Even the environment, it allows me, and then I become very good in Tswana. Then always at school, they will ask you, what is your mother tongue? I was with my brother in one class, my elder brother. Now always, if they ask us, the Zulu speaking people, I will raise up my hand, thinking that my father is a Zulu guy. And then he will raise for Tonga because of the mother. And then we are doing Tswana. So what will be the mother tongue? So I need the answer from you guys, because I'm lost now. Hello? Oh, Spitori, yes. Spitori. Yeah. So that is the problem that we are having. Look, we need to remove that mother tongue. That mother tongue, it only works for in a clean room where there is the mother of the baby. Yanzele beling, mama mo, nyanya mo, itwa mo mama ne. Bianong ere batlan no. we will remove it because it excludes other kids who are not raised there by mamas. So it means we must have the name, not the father one also, the exposed language that will involve that environment, something like that. Okay.
Prof. Dobby, can you please come forward to take some of the questions?
Hi, my name is Ropiwa. Okay, my question is related to the geographic context of the university, right? My question there is, why is that important to say which languages are dominant within the area in which the university is? Why is that important? Would it not cause further segregation if we're going to say, number one, most universities exist in a multilingual context, particularly UNISA. There's Zulu, there's Xhosa, there's Tsongas, there's Vendas all over. So if the point is to make important certain languages, how are you going to choose? If we say Mpumalanga, it is this language that is going to be made more relevant and more important. Wouldn't that cause segregation? Are we not going back to the segregation that the Vendas must go to the University of Venda because their language will be relevant there, and others must go to the University of Zululand because their language is there? We are not taking into consideration the historical Bantustan, that obviously in Venda there will be more Vendas, but there are universities in Gauteng that is already multilingual. Oh, my colleagues mentioned that I should say something about the consent form, that they were not asked to sign the consent form when actually this is a research project. Such ethics have been not taken into consideration, and that it is long, and that 6.2 do not offer an explanation further. They would like to have that option in order to explain why they are not able to partake or have enough time for this. Thank you.
Can I just confirm, our cellular colleagues, that you pick up everything that was said now, or would you like the lady to repeat? Are you happy? Okay. Ma'am, I just want to respond to that point of segregation. I think it's a very important point you make, and I think we'll most certainly take it up in our reporting, that we highlight it as one of the risks, because I think it's a very important point. Sir, they requested me to ask you if you can propose perhaps an alternative for the use of the word mother tongue. We get your point, but what would you suggest?
Yes,
There's the mic.
it depends with the environment, where you were exposed, And then if, maybe the person who raised me is my uncle, with another language, then it means that will be that language, but it is not the meaning of the mother tongue.
Mm-hmm.
So we are worried now about what will be the name, So maybe something like exposed language, or something like that. Or environmental language.
What about the language you used at home, or you used most?
Home language.
Well, home language is the other one,
again.
but that's also a difficult one. Eh?
Yes, yeah.
So, but what do you think about that? And I'm thinking, speaking off the cuff here, what about the possibility of calling it the language you use mostly at home, and then in brackets also known as the mother tongue or the home language, or something like that? Would that help or not really?
And for me, I always just say we learn the language outside, when you play with your kids.
Yeah.
There will be language.
That's true.
So the environmental one, it counts, because if you look like in Soweto, you will even hear the accent that this one is from Soweto, and this one is from
Yeah.
Pitori like me, re dlala bolo,
Yeah.
ke nyaka ka mo, ke ya ka mo,
Yeah.
ke ma Pitori.
Yeah.
So, eki mina ngore, there is an environment one here that we are using.
Yeah.
And it will help them, you know, even in the class, if maybe we modify that language.
Just for interest sake, maybe when we designed the questionnaire, we spoke about Sepitori and isiXamto in KwaZulu-Natal, and we were struggling, should we include it or not? And then we said no, okay, but the policy framework only mentions the official languages, so we shouldn't look at variations or different languages, only the official languages. But thank you for your comment. We'll, I think, we'll try to be as creative as possible, but also while being scientific. So we get your point, and I think it's a good point. Sir, you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My comment comes from the discussion that we had earlier before we took the questionnaire. I was a bit worried when I heard that in astronomy, people who are not language practitioners are involved in the development of translations and stuff like that, and that made me to think that maybe certain colleges or departments are not aware of the Directorate of Language Services that we have at the institution, the language unit, so sectors that are mandated to drive the implementation of the language policy. So maybe they need to be that drive to make colleagues aware that we do have sections in the institution that can assist with matters that relate to languages, language development, and stuff like that. So maybe those, like when we have gatherings like this, the director of language services need to also be available, the leaders of the language unit, so that at least colleagues who are not from the College of Human Sciences, because in the College of Human Sciences we are aware, because language is something that we use daily. So colleagues that are outside of the college, at least they are aware, and we don't do the dumbing down of the scientific fields by having colleagues who are not in the language practice doing activities that should be done by language practitioners.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a very important point you're making, because first of all, we don't have the resources to reinvent the wheel all the time. And sir, you put it very aptly this morning, it's just additional to your normal workload. And it's not really technically it's not part of your job, but yeah, it is your responsibility to make your content accessible. But those teams, as Langa indicated, is really important. But you know, interestingly enough, we picked it up last week at VUT when some colleagues said, no, we don't have this and we don't know about that. Then other colleagues responded by, no, but we do have it. So the same point was made there, that perhaps these entities like a language directorate or a language unit or your translation services or whatever it's called should make themselves more visible, should go on a roadshow to faculties. And that is typically something that is usually instigated by your top management. So yeah, good point, thank you.
Sorry, point of exigency right there. When I was saying about the translations, this is for the astronomy community in South Africa, not within the university, right? We have a mandate to actually translate a glossary into our indigenous languages. We still have not done that, and the advantage of having come here is that now I know that it can be done by cooperating with resources within the university. And that's a great thing.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. And I guess our bosses will typically argue, but it's part of your community engagement, that work. You don't need to be. You already paid for it. That's the typical reason.
I would love to incorporate that, because that would mean that there are papers coming out of it.
Exactly.
And that's something that is part of our mandate. Thank you.
Yes, Madam DVZ.
Thank you very much. May I respond to a question that came from this side about handling multilingualism in a city that has more than 2 languages? And say that I think sociolinguists are trained in matters of language planning, and their training involves something like what we call regional official language issues, wherein if you're looking at a region and that region has only 3 of the 16 languages that are official, they have a way of handling that within the law. Similarly, the University of South Africa has given itself the task to be bigger than a national university, but it is a continental university which has sociolinguists. That is the resource you are talking about. Trained sociolinguists who know how to frame multilingualism within the language policy. So that there is a science behind naming the path that you're going to follow. I'm aware that as you advance Istamto and so forth, my heart bleeds for the reason that sociolinguists in 1992 forgot about Siputi, Simbai, and so forth. There are languages that could not make it into the official language basket because of that pen of the sociolinguists. We chose Xhosa over and above Ispaca and all the other languages and made that an official language. And within Siswati, if I can tell you that there are about 6 variants that didn't make it into the official language basket. But sociolinguists are here to contain us politically and psychologically and say these are the ones we've chosen. Learn them, write in them, publish in these languages. So the idea of perpetrating division through language is an ever-present matter, but the sociolinguists have that mandate to apply their science so that we contain the multiplicity of languages and regions.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. And I for one, am very happy to hear this, because I'm a linguist myself. So I am over tea. One of the colleagues mentioned, and you will know perhaps, colleagues, that there's a whole school of thought of introducing Kiswahili as the only African language then. So there's a whole school of thought, but then all our indigenous South African languages are gone. I see Prof. Lydia is smiling at me, but there's a school of thought on that. But that just on the side, a comment on the side. So you see, it's really complex, and as the previous speaker has indicated, many languages did not make it into the official language basket. It's an intricate thing. Any other comments? You really helped. Thank you. Can I first go to you and then to you, sir?
Good afternoon to the attendees and participants. Well, I've heard the Vice President, Ms. Motsa, alluding to colonialism having a very great impact in deciding the language of communication and interaction. But you see, there is something that is quite a phenomena generally, and that is globalization. When you contextualize the globalization as it is, one finds that English takes a very prominent role in globalization. As one goes back to the Greek classics, one learns of Thucydides, who once wrote that it doesn't matter what your language is, your language becomes the language of those who conquer you. And you transmit that, you learn that, and you do that language because you are conquered. Now, in a globalized world, one looks at globalization and wonders, will this growing and advancing of African language be impactful in context of globalization, or will it only end within the South African context? That really is my question. Are we advancing a global context, or is it just a South African context? Thank you.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I can't help to contemplate, is this pie in the sky? Of course, it's the right thing to do, no doubt about that. But is it pie in the sky? Won't we, in essence, just stay English because it is the global language and it's the language of commerce? It's a very important point that you're raising. Personally, I think we've got social responsibilities, we've got certain political responsibilities, and I think for that purpose alone, we must do what we're doing, but a very, very serious point. And we'll most certainly, I'm sure, we'll take that up in the report that we're going to submit to the Vice Chancellors. So over there.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andre van der Paul. I'm from the SBL in Madrid. A colleague of us spoke about, if you're outside of humanities, College of Humanities, that there should be an advertisement or aware making that of things that happen. Now, we have a Senate Language Committee of Professor Marikani is the chairperson, and every college has 2 representatives on that committee. So if you are not aware of what has been discussed, please go and grab your college representative, whoever that person might be, and ask them what's going on, why don't we hear anything from you? From SBL side, I regularly talk to people, and they shiver when they hear what is coming and what they have to do and what we must do. So please, talk to your college representative. There's supposed to be 2. One of them is very high in the management of the college, and the other one is just maybe an ordinary foot soldier, like myself. So please, yeah, so just as a comment on that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's amazing. This is not something particular to UNISA. I've worked at a few universities in my life, and it's a typical thing of universities. You just don't always know about things, and communication is not very clear at universities. But I think it's because it's these huge organizations, and then people very rarely touch the ground. We just fly all the time. Somewhere there at that table, can we get a mic? Oh, can I first go here since the mic is here? But then
okay, thank you.
I'll come to you.
I will repeat myself, every time, but it's fine. The only problem that we are having in South Africa, we will not innovate anything, we will not implement anything, and the reason they're behind, we are caught by the system in education. As you know, all subjects might be in English, and then the language, there is English and your language and your mother tongue. Okay. Then now, when you are in the industry now, you meet various people with their different languages. Now, when you are there, you want to innovate a thing. It means we must use what? English. Why? Everyone knows English and their mother tongue. And then at the end of the day, I am not me, I'm just using that information in that English. And then those guys are not very sure whether you know what you are talking about. But if I use my Zulu, I will express it and they will hear it. But the problem, the vendor guy will also want to use his vendor language. I don't know vendor, maybe I don't care. about vendor. Then at the end of the day, we become rude. You know, I don't have time for you. I wish really we can have one language of Mozambique for sure. And it can happen. If you look at Russian language, I was surprised. You know, they are using these Greek letters, you know, like pi as a P. They are using phi as F. Their language is easy if you know Greek.
Yeah.
So what I mean is that we can make our own language. The problem with our people, we are a little bit lazy of thinking beyond and come up with something that will help our kids. For now, imagine if we push on knowing Zulu, Tswana, Africans. Think about our kids. Do you think that they will go back and learn those Tswana, Zulu, and whatever? They want. Now they are in English system. But if we can introduce that Mozambique for sure thing, they will learn it easily, all of them. And now they will agree in one thing. Let us have one language. They are not Swahili per se, because it is from Kenya, we know. We want our Mzansi for sure. It can work.
I think we must put this gentleman in charge.
Yeah.
Sir.
No, thank you, Chair. I've got 3 contributions just to request from you in terms of, was this survey that is subjected to any form of pre-testing? If yes, share briefly responses for its enhancement. Then the second one will be on the questionnaires availability in other languages other than the versions that we completed. Do we have any? Then the last one will be what provisions have been made to accommodate these differently abled persons. I'm making reference to people like the blind.
So, sorry, can you just repeat the first question?
The first one relates to, was any survey carried out in pre-testing this particular
yes.
instrument?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. As Prof. Langa also mentioned this morning, we administered 2 pilots. So we devised the questionnaire and we attracted subject experts, knowledgeable people in the country to help devise the questionnaire, and then it was piloted at UKZN and at Northwest University. And then and we refined the questionnaires after the piloting, and then it was officially administered at the University of Mpumalanga first, then VUT, and now UNISA. Okay, so was that your question?
Yes, it's a question. Then it relates to that, the observations from your responses and the responses received.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
In essence, what I'm trying to say is that what is the commonalities relating to the responses that you received?
Okay, I'll get to that now. Let me just first speak to your second and third question. So the second one was, is this questionnaire available in other languages than English? We actually contemplated that matter, and then we decided, well, it will have to be translated, it will need to be quality assured, etc. And so we decided to make it available in English only, because as the lady also said this morning, English is considered to be the lingua franca in this country, which, of course, as a linguist, I don't necessarily agree with that. But it is available only in English. So unfortunately so, I think. I think it would have also served a good purpose if it was available in the other languages. But we made the deliberate decision to make it available in English only. And then your third question was?
Any provisions made to the differently abled persons.
Oh, in the questionnaire or in general now?
In general, yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody else, I can't recall whether it was you. Oh no, it was this gentleman sitting there. He made a remark about blind students and using Braille and deaf students using sign language. So I think that is something that will be addressed in the final report as well. That's something that's been boggling my mind for some while. To say, okay, but now how are we going to cater also for disabled students, and in particular the visually impaired students and those with hearing disabilities? So I think we will most certainly need to touch on that topic as well, because I don't know what the answer is. That's a very difficult question, but it's a very, very important question. And then
Thank you.
You also, didn't you raise a fourth one in the meanwhile?
What, Prof?
Didn't you raise a fourth question in the meanwhile? Or are you happy with your,
yes,
with your three?
I'm happy with the submissions that you made.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then that table has been waiting. We need a mic there, please. Salilar colleagues, I just want to confirm that you're noting down all these comments, because it's really important stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. My approach is a bit different.
Mm-hmm.
It comes back to the observation that the English, when conquering in language various nations, they used their communication skills, and they're still using them today. The BBC, if you look at the BBC, they have got many platforms for the teaching and learning of English. They do that every day. I mean, there are different programs and blogs and so on the English language. We have the SAPC as an instrument. What is happening? What is happening with the SAPC? What is the SAPC doing in developing our African languages?
Yeah.
That is my first question.
Yeah, and that's a very good question. I think we would all love to know the answer. But because it's the SABC's mandate also to educate, no? It's a very important point.
It is a teaching and learning tool.
Yeah.
National teaching and learning tool. So, I would like to know, I would really love to know from government what they are. I mean, they cannot sit at the back and simply send people to go and do stuff. Now, the second point I want to make is that the William Shakespeare's and the Charles Dickens of this country, they are probably not even at university. They are not even professors. They are somewhere in the Pundus. And if developing African languages does not include finding them, this is a fruitless exercise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is just also for interest, a response to that. I was recently at my own institution. I was requested to join a meeting of the English department because, as you might know, we have 3 campuses. So the Van der Bijl Park campus, the Potchefstroom campus, and the Mahikeng campus. And we have completely different student demographic profiles on the different campuses. And the question was, how do you cater for this diverse student profile, first of all? Secondly, when somebody graduates with English as a major from a university, there's a certain expectation that they would have, let's say, for example, would have read Shakespeare, for example. So is that fair? Is that just? What can we do to do it? And it was a really tough conversations in the English department to restructure, in particular, the literature, English literature curriculum, and to integrate more African authors, African works, and not only South African works. So it's an interesting point you're making, but it was a tough conversation, I recall. I was sort of the mediator because staff started fighting. I shouldn't speak out of the house now, but as you know, staff often fight at universities. And but the outcome was really, really positive because people started to listen to each other and they found a very good midway. But the good point, I agree with you, absolutely. So this is just to show you that we struggle at all institutions, not only at one. And we have similar things that we struggle with. Any further comments, and in particular on the questionnaire, but I don't want to silence any other comments, ma'am, you're welcome. But if you have any comments on the questionnaire, because we can still refine it further. Okay, Cassius, when this gentleman is done, the lady behind him, and then this gentleman here, please.
Okay, thank you. This is just a follow-up on what my colleague behind me said here. So, is it possible that the questionnaire can be made available in Braille to accommodate people who would want to make comment but they are blind? And how can you also cater for the deaf? Because sign language is about to become the 12th official language. Yeah. So as we are discussing multilingualism, we cannot be closing them outside. So they also need to make inputs into the plans that we are making for the multilingual context.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think that will most certainly be addressed when we start devising the model that Prof. Langa spoke about, the proposals that we will make to the department and to the sector, that we indeed will include the disabled students. I think for the deaf students, it's easier because they can read. But I will take it up, colleagues, we need to take it up with Prof. Langa if we can make the questionnaire available in Braille, or I know there are technologies that will, text to speech, that they can perhaps use that. So, is it a response to the gentleman or a new question? It's a response to me.
So, in itself, deaf language in itself is structured differently.
Yeah.
A lot of students have a different way of writing.
Yeah.
Even reading.
Yeah.
And written text.
Mm-hmm.
So, in itself, I'm with that it's a need
Yeah.
to make sure that it fits into deaf language itself.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
Right? The student, they can read.
Yeah.
But the reading of the deaf language is totally different in terms of how to understand it.
That's right.
In terms of English.
Yeah. It's a completely different language. So, yes, indeed. Ma'am?
Oh, sorry, mine was just a quick comment, maybe to bring question to what Prof said about the fact that most people cannot accommodate more than one language in South Africa. If we look, and also following up from what Professor Motsa Madigana had mentioned about regionalism and the regional language at a time, the intersection of the home language and the regional language, what you can see from Twitter data with the younger ones, is that they are able to accommodate more than 2 to 3 languages, the home language plus the regional language of the place quite easily. So the idea that maybe it should just be one language in South Africa, it can be brought into question with this data that shows that they can incorporate the home language, the regional language, and whichever language they are close to. Thank you.
You absolutely speak to my heart. This gentleman here, Cassius, please.
Thank you. My name is Jethra Godi. Mine is just to comment on the decision that has been made to adopt Swahili as the African official language. I think a lot of times what we don't do right is the consultations. And I personally have no problem with Swahili, but I don't know who took that decision and if they got the buy-in from different countries. I mean, we've got 54 countries in Africa. And if you don't consult and get our buy-in, sell us the story why we need to adopt Swahili as the official African language, you might meet resistance. And I think the same thing we see it locally. We've got 11 official languages, but there are certain people who are not keen to learn certain languages locally. And if you then look at it from an African context, that decision, I don't think a lot of countries were consulted on it. I don't see, Swahili flying in Mauritius. No offense, but these are the kind of things that we need to look at. So I think
we are on the right direction in terms of this kind of consultations, but they need to happen at the African level, at the country level. We need to have these consultations to check if other countries are willing to adopt Swahili as the main language. If we, shove it down our throat like this and say Swahili is going to be adopted like this, and we say as South Africans are not willing to do that, what's going to happen? If people in Swaziland say they're not keen on that, Zimbabwe and all other nations, what are we going to do? So I think consultations are very important, and I think we need to, that's where we need to start. And if we need to have surveys like this, so be it, so that we get the buy-in of all the countries. And if we say as a country, this is the decision that we are taking, then we take that decision. Same as issue that has to do with trades. It doesn't make sense for us as Africans to trade using other people's currencies and not our own African exchange rate or exchange currency that we use. But there has to be consultations, and I think that's where we're getting it wrong. Thank you.
So luckily no decision has been made. It's just a thought that people are entertaining. I think if you look at the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, I might be a bit ignorant here, but if you look at the numbers, Swahili is not that big a language. It is one of the biggest languages on the African continent. But if you consider the fact that Francophone Africa, Western Africa, they speak mainly French as official language, but then with the regional languages included as part of the way they're operating, they won't go the direction of Kiswahili. I think Southern Africa, if I can call it like that. I know Southern Africa is below the Sahara, but if you only think South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, our neighboring countries, our languages are related. So we're going to struggle, or they, whoever they are, will struggle to implement Swahili, for example. So I mentioned earlier, I think things will not necessarily happen in my lifetime. I'm most certainly sure that Kiswahili will not in my lifetime become the single African language. I mean, just imagine who of you here can use, or who of you know Kiswahili? I mean, so we all will need to go and study Kiswahili. And it's an interesting point, man. Can we get a mic here, please? Thank you.
Since I was a student at university, we have been battling with this idea of the imposition of what we perceived as an imposition of Swahili when we're trying to win ourselves off English as the central language, as a passing subject. You wouldn't go anywhere if you had not scored a B in English in other places. It is not fair to suppress indigenous languages for so long and then bring Kiswahili, which is a lingua franca, and say we must now take resources and focus on that one. As a language of communication, as a fourth language, I have no problem with it. But I believe that Southern Africa, deserves the fair chance to have her official languages being given the space to grow, to carry the epistemologies of the people. And then, if I choose to learn French, let it not be an imposition or a decision taken somewhere, for me. The one fellow colleague at the back spoke about English being the language that can open one's doors for communication globally. That is true, and that was the aim of Prince Albert, to conquer the world through English. And I'm fine, I can go anywhere and everywhere with English. But the point I was making is that we lose so much knowledge in suppressing and giving our indigenous languages the backyard. We lose so much. The Chinese in 2020 were saying that the world is the poorer without the civilization and the knowledges of Africa, because it has been sidelined for so long. Even if you communicate that in English, which may not be so good, but I believe I have to understand how the Nguni package knowledge. And it is very systematic, the packaging of knowledge, how they disseminate knowledge, why they say I cannot shoot the picture of a newborn baby and place it on social media. Why do they say that? That is the protocol that we are losing. So my desire is for us to give African languages the time let's research it. Let us see what lies in there. If it is hogwash, let us prove that through rigorous research, and then we can move on. But if there is something, oh dear Lord, look at the injustice that we will have done 30 years forward, saying that, no, I can move on with English, I can communicate with English globally. When you go there, you communicate your identity. In English or in French, you communicate your knowledge, not knowledge that comes from another land, because the South Americans are communicating their own knowledge in broken English. That's fine. What is my knowledge? Exactly. What am I communicating? What am I bringing to the global village? It is something that comes from my own people. So let me learn what my people have.
I absolutely agree with you, and I sincerely hope that that desire of yours become true, because I cannot differ from it at all. Any other comments or contributions? Again, in particular on the questionnaire, advice. Can I ask, were there a few things that you picked up in the questionnaire that you realized, oh, we never thought about this, or oh, I'm not sure whether we have this at our own institution? Did you pick up a few things? Because that's the kind of feedback that we receive from other universities. So the colleagues saying, yay, this is interesting. I never thought about this. Sorry? The ombud issue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that question, do you have a language ombud at your institution? So yeah, that's a very important point. I just have to say, I really admire you. I'm very happy that I'm not in senior management at this university, because it was mentioned earlier, the DVC says yes. It was mentioned earlier that, I mean, at UNISA, being UNISA, you cater for the whole of the country and an international audience. So I think you're the university that you face all the hurdles. At my university it's easier because we only have 4 official languages that we support. But at UNISA it's very, very difficult. And I wish you well with your work and what you're doing here, and I sincerely hope everything will turn out in the best interest of your institution, and that you will not be taken to court again. But universities end up in court every now and then. But my best wishes to you all, and thank you for the work that you're doing. I think it's a tough job that you have here. Masibidi, I'm taking over now as program director. Perhaps you want to close down the session.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. And thank you for all your comments and questions. Thank you for participating. I think the room was quite... there was just a lot of engagements that were happening, and I saw that even when we were busy with the questionnaire, some discussions were actually happening amongst the tables. So I think the questions that we had kind of sparked some kind of questions in our colleagues' minds, which is very, very important. Now I would like to call on Prof. Nkosi to close for us. Yes. On a higher note.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, yeah. Okay, I always save, I check the program. I'm doing vote of thanks twice why can't we just do it in the afternoon? But I realized that some of our colleagues are going to leave us after this session. Thank you very much, Prof. Motsa, for your warm welcome. And what I picked up is that the big question is, what is the role of the languages? What is the role of English? As Africans, we missed an opportunity because when Model C started, we took our kids to Model C schools, and now we even changed the tone when we are talking to our kids. How are you, baby? How are things? Instead of asking, "Unjani mntanam?" And then when you say it in that tone, you know, it goes through the bloodstream, the vein. Unjani mangi yaphila, unjani wena, but with the influence that we adopted, it affected us. I always say it brought more harm than good to us as the nation. So Prof. Motsa, thank you very much for your support for the language implementation. And then Prof. Toby van Dey, thank you very much for really responding to the questions thrown by the audience. And what I picked up from you is the language as the vehicle for teaching and learning. And it's something that is debated every day, that teach the kid the mother tongue. I will go back to your mother tongue. If you ask me in isiZulu, ngiyayizwa lento ishoyo, and ingena emzweni, yayibona leyo, kiyalika, kiyakupa, you know, and then that's the love of the language. So language as a vehicle for teaching and learning, we might do better in our throughput. So thanks, Prof. And also in absentia, thanks, Prof. Langa Kumalo, for really showing us what is being done at a strategic level with all the universities in the country. I usually say UNISA is positioned differently. It's unlike UKZN, where we all speak isiZulu. It's easy to influence if we go by regions. But UNISA, it's like multinational, so we need to know all 11 languages. I'm looking at Prof. Sal with the study guide this thick with all 11 languages. But colleagues, we have started, we are going to reach there. Maybe, Prof, they did not tell you that all our level 5 tutorial letters in the College of Human Sciences are translated into more than 7 languages. So the information is there, colleagues. It's just to encourage other colleges to say, if there is they say if there is a will, there is a way. It's doable. And we always encourage our students to also use their, to me, it's a mother language, and then Prof, you'll just apologize for me. Yeah. And colleagues, to thank the organizing team under the leadership of Prof. Ejali and Prof. Ngoepe. We really appreciate, because when we got the brief, it was just from the VP to say, CHS, this is on you. We had to do everything. Thank you very much, Prof. Ngoepe, for your leadership. Miss Christina Rabalau, and then the marketing team, Ms. Dendanjana and Ms. Mahlaela and the colleagues. And also we've got colleagues that we roped in, like Mr. Delva, you were roped in, Dr. Litswalo, there are others. Apologies if I don't mention everybody. And from the Sadila team, we work closely, because now I had Lebuchang. I had a lady called Lebuchang, the way she communicates on time, everything done. So thank you very much, team, for your cooperation. We really appreciate. Audience, if you were not around, we wouldn't have succeeded. Thank you very much for your constructive feedback that you gave us. So we're looking forward to the feedback. And then as a College of Human Science and the University of South Africa, we will definitely do as expected. Prof. Motsa, your support is always appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, I also want to thank the students in particular who were here today. I think you also bring very interesting insights, and I sincerely hope that you'll join us this afternoon again. Please just don't ask me too difficult questions, but I mean, we're a university to do research, and to work with students. So that's one of our main foci. So, but thank you for being here. It was really interesting to listen to you.
Thank you once more. Before we break or leave for lunch, because the first session has ended, can you kindly, anyone who has social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, please do like our page and follow us. We will be communicating a lot of information around the language audit there and everything else that SADILA is actually participating on, including workshops that we actually normally have for the humanities and social science students. We have quite a number of those that actually some even teach computational foundation skills to humanities and social sciences. So we do have quite a number of activities happening at SADILA. So please do like our page and follow us so that you are able to be in the know with regards to everything that is happening. We also have the resources for African Indigenous Languages workshops happening on the 30th, which is Wednesday. Yes, there we actually have present papers and discussions around resources for African indigenous languages, technological resources that may be computational or lexicographic, terminological, anything that is related to the African languages. So we do have a lot of activities happening within SADILA. What is just important is for you to get onto our pages so that you are kept abreast with everything that is happening within the center, because you must remember that everything that we develop, we are not doing it for us. We have a national mandate to actually develop these tools, and we are developing them for you so that you are able to use them in your classrooms. Students can use them when they are doing their school activities. The possibilities are endless. But most importantly, we are developing these resources for you to be able to use them in your various academic fields. So please do follow us on our social media pages. And yeah, you're also even able to get our newsletter as well. So, and yeah, I think there's quite a lot that is happening within SADILA. And I do realize that very often people are not even aware that as a center we do exist, but we are here for the African languages. Thank you. Lunch will be served in the kettle bar where we had tea and coffee earlier. My name is Masibidi Setaka, and I am the Digital Humanities Researcher specializing in Sesotho at the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. And yeah, we had the first session in the morning, which was mostly about stuff, but now we want to know your views as the students in terms of the audit that we are undertaking, the language audit. But for now, first and foremost, we would like you to go to your social media pages to like and what's the other thing? You like and you follow. Yes, you like and follow Sadila on these social media pages, and anyone who does that in the next 60 seconds, they're going to get something nice. If you don't have social media, well, you must. Oh, you see, yeah, it's for the students. You followed already. Okay, Lisha, you're not. You know already who's on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please do go into our social media. Yeah, you can follow Sadila. Yeah. And then you will receive your surprises. But another thing, the whole idea of wanting you to follow and like our social media pages is also that you are kept abreast with everything that is happening at Sadila. You get to experience Sadila in terms of what we do, who we are, and what kinds of workshops do we actually have that can enhance your research and your studies somehow. So we work, we are based at the Northwest University, and that is our hub, but we work with, we've got different nodes, 6 at the moment, at the different institutions. We have one here at UNISA, we have one at the CSIR, we have one at the Stellenbosch University, we have one at Prof. Toby, University of Pretoria, and yes, and the ISELDA, which is now a conglomerate of different institutions. Yes, so we try and kind of collaborate and try and find language resources that can actually be used by students, by academics, but they all come in all the South African indigenous languages. So I think that is mostly why we actually would like you to like and follow our pages. We have different workshops that happen throughout the year. We have different activities actually within Sadila, but unless you are aware of at least our social media pages are part of them, then you will not be able to know exactly what is happening. We do host workshops for students. Some of them actually teach the humanities and social sciences, foundational coding, and computational practices for you to actually be able to use them. The fact that you are a humanities and social scientist does not mean that you cannot collaborate with someone who's a computer science, or you yourself does not mean that you cannot have at least some basic knowledge of how you can work with your data to actually make it more faster in a way, to try and make your research to be kind of aligned to the standards that are actually needed in the country at the moment. And I must say that having these practical skills actually puts you, I think, above the rest, you know, because you will be a humanities and social scientist, but then with also a bit of background, a bit of knowledge of the computational side, especially when it comes to data cleaning methodologies and things like that. Yeah, so we do have those kinds of workshops, And do follow us. We do post them every now and then. Are there any questions? Any comments? Okay, while we'll wait. Yes, yes.
Okay, when I saw language, what came to my mind, because I didn't go into much details anyway to learn about Sadila, but what came to mind was decolonization. So I just want to find out as to what is the difference between the two, or how are they related?
Prof. Toby, do you want to take that?
Hello, ma'am. I just want to double check that I understand you, that I understood you correctly. It's you're asking what's the difference between decolonization and SADiLaR? Is it okay? All right. So SADiLaR is a national center. It's the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, and SADiLaR develops a lot of language resources in all 11 of the official languages, and hopefully soon also in the 12th official language, which hopefully will be sign language. So SADiLaR, the main purpose of SADiLaR is to advance multilingualism, treat all languages, official languages, equally fairly in our country. It's to gather data on digital data on language use, you know, how people speak, how people write, etc. Because from that we can do a lot of research and we can design different products, you know, a spell and a grammar checker, for example, in Sesotho or in isiZulu or whatever. So that's why we need digital data, and then it is also another purpose of SADiLaR is to establish the field of digital humanities. How do we bring numbers and computers in of the sciences? So SADiLaR is a national center, it's a national resource, and it's funded by government, and we work nationally. So decolonization is what do we do with the curriculum? How do we bring in the curriculum different sets of knowledge, different ways of thinking, different kinds of literature to do away with the old Western literature? So that being said, it's not a case of throwing the Western literature in the dustbin or the way of knowledge creation in the dustbin. It's also to look at other perspectives and other ways of creating knowledge and producing other African, South African resources, ways of thinking. So, for example, let's say the English curriculum, we're not necessarily going to throw Shakespeare in the dustbin, but we're also going to include works from African authors now, and then perhaps we can request students to work comparatively and say, okay, this is what the old one looked like, this is what a new perspective looked like. We can also include, for example, Eastern perspectives coming from China or somewhere else in Asia. That's also part of decolonization. So how do we bring the two together? On the one hand, I think some people would argue, oh, they've got nothing to do with each other. I think the one feeds into the other, because in SADiLaR, as I've said, we develop resources, language resources. So the mere fact that we develop multilingual resources, I, for example, develop in all official languages academic writing resources that can help students. I developed academic word lists in all official languages, and that contributes to decolonizing the curriculum. In other words, we're not using English only any longer. We also use other languages, and we do things for other languages. So yes, they've got something to do with one another, but also no, they don't really have something to do with one another. I hope that's a satisfactory answer. Okay. Can I ask whether there are any other questions or comments?
questions and comments, maybe you can give us an understanding of what you think language is and what language means to you, while we're still waiting for the video to play. When you're talking about my language, what does it mean to you? As an individual. Yes.
First time in history, Kwame doesn't want to respond to anything. I would basically say it would be, Inkuluma is basically an expression of who I am. So, Obumina, isikusam. So, ngashuti uma wibea, it's more or less. Ngizama wibea ngendlela ukuthi wonke umuntu uzokhona ukuyizwisisa. Ulwimi lwami is basically ukuzibika, yeah. Ulwimi lwami ukuzibika kwami. So I don't know how I'm gonna say that in English. I hope Nes told. So ukuzibika kwami, and yeah, that's the best way I can put it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. No, according to me, language is a form of your being. Is an expression of your being, which is your being is a form of saying that is in terms of the phenomenology is a form of saying that is an existence. So for you, in expressing your language is a form of saying that we are existing as a human being. You understand? But there are times whereby you find like languages are being creolized. I don't know, you understand? Hello? Okay, when I say that languages are being creolized, I'll make an example like your Afrikaans. They were communicating, they came in Africa communicating different languages, but they started to creolize that language. At some point, when we are investigating about language, we must try to find out, is the language that we are using is pure enough, or it's being creolized to the way we are, looking from our history. Because the form of being, when we are studying our being, we have to go back to our roots. Language doesn't go alone, separated from our history. That's why I would like to advise the Sadina to also investigate or invest their research in terms of finding out about the past, about the historical roots, where do we come from, as Homo sapiens, as Africans. That's how I think you are going to be able to find a solution in solving the area of language.
Sadila e leka ka natla go iponagatsa mo go tsa digital mo dipuong tsotlhe tsa semmuso tsa Aforika Borwa. Setheo se na le ditheo tse dingwe tse se dirisanang mmogo le tsona e leng University ya Pretoria, UNISA, the HLT Group ko CSIR, CText le Iselda. Tsholofelo ya rona ke gore mo isagweng palo ya ditheo tse re dirisanang mmogo le tsona e tla oketsega fa ditheo tse dingwe di ntse di tlhamiwa.
Mhlawumbe uyacabanga nje ukuthi ngabe iSADILA yenzani ngempela ukuhlinzeka ngezinsiza ze-digital ezizosetshenziswa kwezilimi eNingizimu Afrika. Woza ngikukhombise. SADILA runs two programs, a digitization program which entails the systematic creation of relevant digital text, speech and multimodal resources related to all the official languages of South Africa, as well as the appropriate natural language processing software tools for research and development purposes. The second program is based on digital humanities, which facilitates research and capacity building by promoting and supporting the use of digital data and innovative methodological approaches within the humanities and social sciences.
Phelo dzoni, tshumiswa idzi dzi ḓo shela mulenzhe zwihulusa siani ḽa zwa luambo, siani ḽa zwa thekinoḽodzhi, ngudo dza vhathu, masia a kwamaho saintsi na makwevho na matshilisano a vhathu.
Ntirhonkulu wa SADILA i ku tumbuluxa mafambiselo na ku hangalasa switirhisiwa swa dijitali hi xikongomelo xo lava ku hluvukisa tindzimi hinkwato ta Afrika-Dzonga.
Qetellong, disebediswa tsena di tlo sebediswa bakeng sa dipatlisiso le ntlafatso ya maleme a rona.
Yes, there is actually that. Yes. Let's yes. That no, actually, we've been having problems trying to upload the videos. The technical team having problems with that. But what happens is in all these videos, there are actually all the 11 official languages. Saying something about SADILA, what it is, but you can also go to our YouTube page. Yes, you'll be able to see your languages. We are very representative, and there's actually a researcher for each of the official languages in South Africa. Like I told you that I am the Sesotho researcher there. We also have isiZulu, isiXhosa. Yes, we all have the researchers for all the indigenous and the two English and Afrikaans languages. And then I think from there, hopefully you might have heard or at least tried reading the subtitles, but we were talking about SADILA actually having two programs, which is digital humanities and digitization. Most of our digitization actually happens at the University of Pretoria. But what happens is that we try to take resources and textual based or even speech to try and build resources that can actually be used in academia and even beyond. So as a national mandate that we have been given, it's quite a big job for us to actually undertake. But I think we are trying. We have resources. You can go onto our website sadila.org. We do have resources for all the 11 official languages that you can actually check out and see how you can use that for your own research. And all the resources that are there are actually free of charge, so you don't have to pay for anything. You just go there and then download whatever resource that you want, with the whole idea that we are striving to be the main host of resources in the country. And I must say that Sadila is a first of its kind in South Africa. In Africa, yes. So we are a first of our kind, and especially with now having all these different resources. We do also have some resources from, I think there's one from Ethiopia and other scholars as well from the African continent wanting us to host their work so that it can be used by others in terms of their research. But now coming to why we are here and the language audit and everything around it. So we are trying to find out exactly what universities have, what is it that universities do not have, how can we bridge the gap, how can we actually assist universities in terms of trying to get the resources that they need. So the broad objectives of the audit are to define the resources that are required for the implementation of a language policy framework, and to identify resources that are available, like I already mentioned, so that we can be able to implement the language policy framework. So this framework it was actually passed by the Department of Higher Education, and every institution in the country, all the 26 universities, need to adhere to it, need to make sure that they do have a language policy, that they do have strategies for them to actually see that all the languages are actually represented in their respective spaces. So another objective is to identify milestones in the successful implementation of the institutional language policy. So we take it that each and every university in the country actually has a language policy, and to those who do not have a language policy, then there could be some kind of assistance into at least formulating one and having strategic plans on how to make sure that whatever that has been formulated is actually put to action. And so the whole idea is to actually check and see the kind of resources that are required. I think I've been saying that a lot, because once we know what you have, we know what you need, then it's easy for us to actually have a way of saying, but how can we close this gap and make sure that this particular institution actually has the necessary tools and resources that they need. And another thing with this language audit is that we are trying to make sure that different institutions are not focusing on one language or two languages, because you might find that, say for example in Eastern Cape, there could be maybe Rhodes is focusing on something, and let me say just the Xhosa region. You might even find that University of Cape Town is also focusing on something. All the various universities on the coast are actually focusing on some resources for isiXhosa. But then you might also find that, for example, let's say UNISA also has isiXhosa. Plus, your institution actually focuses on all the 11 official languages. Now, the funding, part of the funding is coming here to UNISA, part of the funding is actually going to those universities. But the language audit is actually saying, how about we work together? We try to see exactly what each of these institutions have and how can they actually assist each other, so that we are not recreating the wheel and creating things that are already in existence. The idea is we do not have to work in silos. You do not have to be alone in your office trying to develop terminologies and whatnot, because the same terminology that you are trying to develop, it's actually you might find that there's an institution that already has it. So this is the whole idea around this, the language audit, and you are called here as well to actually assist us in exactly understanding and knowing your institution. That do we have these tools? Do we have these resources? Who do we complain to if there are, we've got language issues? Who do we talk to if I need a writing center? Do you have those things? So these are just some of the questions that you'll actually see in the language audit as we take the audit. Do we have any questions, any comments? Okay, with that said, I think we can now get into the language audit itself. And please, on your cell phones or on your computers, please type in the bit.ly link, and then it will automatically take you to the language audit. Or on your programs, there is a QR code there that you can actually scan, and then once you scan it, it takes you directly to the language audit. And then after we are done with the language audit, then we can have a discussion around your thoughts, your comments, your questions around the questions that you saw actually in the audit itself. And your questions are actually very helpful, because every question and comment that you give us, we are actually going to use that to try and modify our questions, our audit, so that it is representative, maybe, and understandable, because you might find that some questions according to you are not that clear. But if you give us that feedback, then we are able to modify and fix where we have to. So please go into the bit.ly link, but also on the programs that you have, there actually there's the link and the QR code that you can scan. The questions on that? The discussion. Yes. Yeah, to those who were here in the morning, I'm sure some of you already took the audit, so you don't have to take the audit again now. Pardon? He's got. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Is there anyone who does not have a device? We have tablets to help you take the study. I need 2 this side. Oh, 3. How many are you? You also need 1. 3. Please check that. Okay.
If there's anything you do not understand, please do let us know, then we can come and help you. Remember, we need you to be as honest as you can possibly be. Yeah. So that we can have results that are actually representative of what is happening in your institution.
Do let me know once you are done. Can the ones who were here in the morning not disturb the ones who came for the second session? Yes? You have a question for Prof? Okay, Prof, there's a question for you. Let's hear. I'm sure you can remain seated, Prof, it's fine.
Yeah, they'll bring the mic to you. It's fine, you can. I just wanted to find out, because we're looking at the UNISA policy, the enrollment policy of UNISA as it stands right now. And you are finding it's more and more bringing an exclusion in the institution. One, the mandate is to reduce the number of students within the institution, even though we're an ODL, which is kind of odd when you'll have a cap of number of students within an ODL. Two, the enrollment criteria are getting more stringent, meaning that the requirements are going to be more exclusionary to other students. Now, what I wanted to ask in terms of looking in the light of institutions such as UNISA, which has a diverse intake of students across the country, and the enrollment policy paired with what the mandate of the language policy is, there seems to be a contradiction, because what's going to happen is that students who perhaps would like to study in an indigenous language of their choice will need to meet, one, the requirements that exist currently when they want to come into the institution to come and study a science degree in isiNdebele. And as the speaker, MC has rightly said, on the internet, when you go isiNdebele terms, you'll get some general greetings, and then that's the end of it. And then when you go to Wikipedia, you'll literally find nothing on it. And what would you say to that in terms of the enrollment policy? Just to give you a brief on it. The Department of Higher Education has mandated UNISA to reduce the intake of students for the coming couple of years. So the university has been reducing intake of students. And again, they've put a requirement that certain programs need to curb the intake because they're not seen as industry-related programs. So increase intake in your maths and science and your law and maybe your accounting, but not too much. Don't take too many students in education. We're not going to fund a lot of them unless maybe there are teachers who are going to come into teaching or study to teach maths and science. And if someone is going to come to the University of South Africa to study to teach your history, your geography, your I don't know, arts and culture, yes, and so forth. Those ones, don't take too many of those ones. Don't take a lot of those. Reduce, make sure you reduce those ones. So it's basically, when you look at, here's the language policy trying to build capacity of practitioners, but enrollment policy is saying no, put a curb on it.
Thanks. I told you this morning you shouldn't ask me difficult questions. So let me respond by trying, look, I'm not working at UNISA, so I don't know the UNISA specific context. No? And as I've indicated this morning, SADILAR is not mandated to interfere with institutions and their policies. So each and every university can do as it pleases as long as it's within the ambit of the constitution of the country and the Higher Education Act. But in general, I've got a few comments because similar things are experienced at other universities as well. So first of all, let's say the last 10, 15 years, all universities were pressured by the Department of Higher Education and Training to open up access, and that's the formal access. And we often refer to it as the massification of higher education. So, and that the purpose of that was to open the doors of the universities to those who have not been previously in the apartheid dispensation, in particular, who have not been privileged enough to get into universities. So there was pressure on universities from the government side, increase your intake in numbers, increase. Now we have reached a stage where universities are in a very, very difficult position because A, they don't have enough staff to serve those high numbers, and B, I don't think that's necessarily the case with UNISA, but with contact teaching universities like my own, we don't have the infrastructure. We literally don't have enough buildings and teaching venues to accommodate the large student numbers. So at my institution, and I've noted at quite a few others, we're going to scale down on the number of students we admit. Okay, so that's the first comment. I think it's really just a practical thing because there's, the cake is only so big, and the government needs to cut that cake. And it's not as if money falls from the air, so we cannot just appoint another 200 or another 1,000 staff members. We cannot just build 2 new buildings. There's just simply not money for that, and that's part of it, part of the problem. I think government realizes now that they pushed it too far and they created a lot of expectations, and that to me is a very sad thing because the expectations are there. And they're true and real expectations. And now one needs to face prospective students and tell them, oh, sorry, you can't get in. And that's your point of being exclusive to a certain extent. Now, the response to that one is also a general comment. There are many reports that have been written that say we have a lack of engineers in this country. We have a shortage of medical doctors. We have a shortage of nurses. We have a shortage of computer programmers. That is what we need. We need those kinds of people, those occupations. We need more people like that to grow the economy, that we can create job opportunities, that we can invest in the well-being of the peoples of our country. So what do? Universities don't have money. Government hasn't got any more money. The cake is only so big. So now they say, increase those numbers, as you've rightly mentioned, but decrease then the numbers in the humanities, in education. We know how ridiculous it is. We cannot deal with classes, with learners, 40, 50, 60 learners at school. It's not educationally correct. It's ridiculous that we do it, and I think it's very irresponsible. But now they say decrease the numbers. So in essence, our classes are actually going to get bigger. And for me, being trained as a scholar in the humanities, being a linguist, that saddens me it saddens me quite a lot, because we also need sociologists, anthropologists, historians, philosophers, language people, communication people. We need that because we need a holistic, well-rounded country with everybody. But I'm just happy that I'm not in the shoes of the government, because it's kind of hard decisions that they need to make. I don't think they always make the right decisions, but I mean, every one of us would think they're not making the right decisions. And I think this is not right, you think that is not right, etc. But I think if one understands the bigger context, it helps one to understand the bigger problem, the matter that we need to deal with. Now, you mentioned something about the entry requirements being increased, and then automatically you become more exclusive, because you open up the doors for your stronger students, and usually your stronger students are those coming from good schools, your urban schools in most cases. So when they come from rural schools, township schools, you know, schools with very few resources, schools that struggle financially, those students are the actual students that we need to support. And they can't get in because they're, you know, the APS, the what is it called, the aggregate point score or something like that. So they just increase that to lower the numbers. But I think it's a case of financial survival. It's a case of complying to what government is saying they must do, etc. I don't think it's right. I think this country should invest much more in education, because I think education and proper education is really the solution to many of our problems in this country. So I've given you a lot of very general answers now, but I cannot speak on behalf of UNISA. I know at my own university in the humanities we get less and less money annually from the budget, but they increase the budgets of engineering and whatever. Then there's also another school of thought. It's rather interesting. They said universities are too big. We don't need so many universities in South Africa. We need more vocational colleges, you know, the TVET colleges. We need more electricians. We need more hairstylists. We need more plumbers. We need painters, but people who are educated because they can do the jobs. We don't need people like me, who's a pen pusher. So I just use my head and I type the whole day and do research. But we're in a greater need of somebody who can work with their hands, who can develop things. So government wants to invest more money in TVET colleges. So a huge amount of money will be taken from the university budgets and be given to the TVET colleges, because that's where the real need for growth in South Africa lies. Now, as I've said, I'm very glad I'm not in their shoes. I'm very glad I'm not in the UNISA top management shoes, because these things are difficult, but there's always a bigger context. Happy? No, it's not an answer to be happy about, but it's a general answer, but it's not nice, and unfortunately it's a reality, and we need to face reality. Sorry for that. I don't like reality myself. I prefer to dream, but you know.
I think it's based on the question minutes. That's what we want. Because I've got yes. More. Yes. I don't need a mic. That's my voice. Are you done with the questions? They can't see.
On the online, we will mute.
While we are still having a discussion, can we please still remember to fill in our questionnaires? Thank you. You are done. So you've got a question. Please go
No,
ahead.
it's not a question.
But please use the mic because there are people
Yeah.
online.
Oh. Are they recording us?
Recording.
Okay. I looked at the questions, and I think some of the questions were a bit unfair, according to me, because when you ask, I'm a scientist actually, all of us here, we are physicists by profession. So some of the things, they will be more difficult, especially at this stage, to be maybe analyzed in different languages except English. So yeah, actually that is just a comment from the questionnaires that we just filled in.
Can you make it practical? Can you give me a practical example from the questionnaires? Something that bothered you?
No, I didn't get bothered at all. I'm just commenting. Yeah, that is actually what I think. That some of, I think with science at the present moment, it's a bit difficult, say momentum. You have to actually put it in Setswana because I'm Tswana speaking. So most of the things, they are easy to be explained in English. Yeah. but I understand it was just a questionnaire so that you actually get a feel of. Yes.
That's stock taking stock.
Sorry?
What it is. Thank you. It is stock taking.
Yeah.
So we're taking stock at what's happening at universities and what are available at universities. Can I just check something? Is it, did you also imply at least that if it was available in Setswana, it would have helped you to respond better? Were you also saying that or not necessarily?
No, I was not saying that. I was just
Okay.
commenting on the fact that science from primary school, we've been doing it in English. Even
Yes.
now we are comfortable
Right.
in English, though maybe later on we would like maybe to decolonize, like
Yeah.
I was saying
Yeah.
earlier on. Yes.
I understand.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me?
And I'm saying, in terms of the location of your primary school and your
The
was it
location.
the township,
Um, Emaplasing, if I have to be specific. Yes. Not township, not village, Emaplasing.
Oh, I have a question. Okay. I'd like to ask that when you do the translations, do you hire professional translators? And then are they people who are trained, or is just something that they studied from any institution? When you, like myself, I'm from public school, and my CPD was my second language. And then right now I'm looking for a job. Let's say I'm interested in going to maybe to radio or Tobel FM. I'm not fluent in my CPD. I don't want to lie. I don't trust my language. Even at the bank, when they say choose a language, I don't choose my language. I choose English. So because I get confused. So even these changes, I think psychologically some of us are gonna disturb us because we were, I don't know, I don't want to say maybe brainwashed or programmed to believe that English is the language of communication, and then our language comes last. So how, with someone like that, and then now I want to venture to become one of your translators. Let's say I want to translate in CPD, because I'm seeing in soapies where they write subtitles where they speak. I see somewhere where they make mistakes. They say, let's say they enter something Caspage, but I see like, no, that one is not speech, that's Sotho. So I wonder what happened there with translation or.
You respond.
I'll respond and then, there are institutions that actually train translators. I think here in Pretoria we have the Tshwane University of Technology. They do have language practice. But as well, there are, we also do study linguistics as well to a certain extent. And by virtue of we are mother tongue speakers of the language, we do understand the linguistic aspects of the language. So it's also even very often easier for us to maneuver into translations. But there are specific schools that actually do cater for that. But one thing that I can mention, and I think it actually happens mostly in industry, your private companies, is that I think they don't understand, there's a difference between translating, editing, and proofreading. A lot of people do not understand those three concepts. And very often in industry, you'd find that should they want someone to translate a certain advert or something, and then they just go there in the marketing department like, yeah, good, okay, I'm sure you can translate this thing, without actually going through the proper channels of saying we need a closer translator who's also the mother tongue speaker of the language, because remember that from English to isiXhosa, it's quite a journey. You cannot be translating word for word. You need to be mindful of a whole lot of things. How are your people actually going to perceive these kinds of
the information that you're actually giving them. So there's a lot of scope that actually goes into translating. And before I came to Sadila, I was actually a translator at Bona Magazine. And I remember we got an advert from Pons at the time, back in the days. And they actually translated those things. We don't know where they translated them, but then they ended up having to reach us because we need to compile the magazine so that it goes for print. But then we check this. This is not my Sesotho. And now I'm not going to answer questions that I don't know, because I've got a team that I'm working with. I need to translate, someone else needs to edit, someone else needs to proofread that. It needs to go through 3 pairs of eyes before it can actually go to the public. But if you're going to take someone, a helper somewhere, or mama, you know isiZulu, please translate 1, 2, 3, then that is where the problem is. And the fact that you are also a mother tongue speaker of a certain language does not make you a translator. So I think those are just some of the things that we tend to forget. We take language so lightly that the fact that when I'm Sotho, you understand Sotho, then automatically you are a translator. No, you need to go through vigorous training for you to actually become a translator. Imagine an interpreter, just you're taken from the street somewhere and you are given a space in court. I am sure the person you're going to be interpreting for is going to fall victim of your interpretation, because definitely you're not going to take, at least understand what is being said. Remember, now you're in a court of law. There are law terms that are now being thrown, and by virtue of me being a Mosotho does not mean that I actually understand those things. So there's a lot of training that actually goes into being a translator. Yeah.
Can I just add a few things and then I'll give you the mic back. So up to, let's say, 5-10 years ago, companies employed people, or people marketed themselves as being able to translate, or translators, because let's say they had a B degree with a language up to 3rd year level, and then let's say in your case English, and you majored in English and Sesotho, and now you can translate. And of course a mother tongue speaker or a home language speaker understands the basics of any language. But the last couple of years there's a huge emphasis on what we call language practitioners, and Masi also used the term. So at my university you can, for example, study language practice, and then you can specialize in translation studies or interpreting studies. And you can take translation studies up to 3rd year level, honors level. You can even complete a master's and a PhD in the field of translation studies. That's the one comment. The other comment, in South Africa, we've got an organization, and you can Google it, SATI, S-A-T-I, South African Translators Institute, and they let you complete tests or translate certain things, and then they accredit you as being a SATI accredited translator. And it seems to me that companies and people who need translations prefer to make use of the SATI accredited translators nowadays, and they have translators in all languages, all the official and other European languages and other African languages, whatever. So they translate for government, etc., because we know that because of the accreditation, the quality is high. And then the third comment I would just like to share an experience with you. I developed some resources for Sadila to be used for in higher education at universities for academic writing. So let's say how to make a paraphrase and how to cite that paraphrase in your reference list. And we did that in all 11 official languages. Now, of the 11 official languages, I can speak Afrikaans, I can speak English, I can speak isiZulu, but I know nothing about Tshivenda. So then we got hold of a SATI accredited Tshivenda translator. The person translated the things, but it's always important to also have your subject specialist with them. It's really a multidisciplinary team effort, because I'm the subject expert. I know about academic writing, but I don't know Tshivenda. The Tshivenda translator knows nothing about academic writing and how to cite sources and whatever. So the translator then worked with the text and translated the text, and typically there are two ways in which they translate. The one is called the method of adaptation. So they adapt, it's not a literal translation. They adapt the text as they continue, as they carry on. And for the African languages, that's really important because there's, the terminology does not exist. So words need to be described. Sometimes you need longer descriptions and cannot use only, there's not a single word for an English word. Or they would borrow a word from another, let's say from English, and then Africanize it or Vendanize it or whatever, I don't know how to call it. But then what we did, even further for quality assurance, we then had it back translated. So it was translated from English because the source material was in English. It was translated to Tshivenda, then it was back translated by somebody else, another translator, to English, and that put me in a position to check the original English against the back translated English, and I could then, as the subject expert, again give some input on what the quality was or what it wasn't, etc. And then we also included, at SADiLaR we have a lot of linguists in all the official languages. Then we also made use of the SADiLaR linguists to check the mother tongue speakers, to check the text, the final text for us as well, to ensure that we do it. But now you heard of how many people are referred to here. It's costly. Translation is an extremely costly thing, especially if you want to do it good and you want to build in quality assurance, etc. Just for the initial translation, if we translate from English to any of the official South African languages, not Afrikaans, any of the other African languages, between R1.30 and R1.70 per word. Now, you can do your calculations. I mean, just think a master's dissertation or a PhD thesis. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of words. And then if we even want to do the back translation for the quality assurance, it's, again, the same price. You don't get discount. So that is also, among others, why universities struggle with these kinds of things. Translation is a lengthy process. It involves a lot of people. As I've said, it's a multidisciplinary effort, and it is extremely costly. So, and that's, among others, what an entity like SADiLaR can help universities with, to support them. So we can develop materials on academic writing. I can make it available with one project's funding in all the languages. Now, we don't need UNISA to do the same, and UP to do the same, and University of Limpopo to do the same, because there was one project that already did it. Okay, but you had another question. Those were just comments from my experience.
I don't know if it's a comment or a confusion. I think Africans and isiZulu is being exposed a lot, whereby I don't know if, I think all the words are English they have is Zulu. Now, for instance, I don't know what TV is Kaspedi, but Zulu I had stuff like that, and cell phone, it's what? Makala kukwini. So such things, if I want to, like, it's one of the things when you said in science there will be some terms where you cannot translate into, and especially with our mothers, we can even ask this, but they will tell you, but in African, and where you will see that no, this one was borrowed from African. So I can say other languages like Xhosa and Spedish are diluted with Afrikaans inside. Because some words, Xhosa and Spedish, because some things you will think is Spedish, like just get a fool there, but Afrikaans, it's what? You see? So in my language, I don't know what that is, but my parents adopted it from Afrikaans and they made it by mixes, and you see, so in such a way, I don't know how some of us are gonna be adopting. I'm really scared even to think that one day I'll write exam Kaspedi, I'm intimidated, I don't know. Yeah.
I must say that to answer that, it's a journey actually. And we do have a couple of institutions actually working on multilingual terminologies, including the government itself, the Department of Arts and Culture, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. So I think it's a journey, it's a collective journey, but at the same time, once PENSALP approves the words and terms that are there, I think for students, then you make it a point to always consult those to see actually then what do we call this in my language, especially your electronic internet, fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence kind of terminologies, because they never existed actually. Fourth industrial revolution just came now. English and Africans already know what digital is. While Sesotho, Sepedi, Setswana, we are still saying digitally and sotorizing it. So we also need to be mindful of that.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to add on to what the two other ladies said. I had to do training for very low-level literate people in hazardous chemicals because the law requires that any handler or user of a chemical needs to be trained on the hazards attached to that chemical. And I must tell you, it was a very difficult day for me because, as the other lady said, you have been taught these things in English from primary up to university level. How do you then translate chlorine? There is no chlorine in Sepedi or Zulu, so it will remain chlorine. So much as I understand where Sadila is coming from, I just want to perhaps ask, what is the practicality of whatever that gets written in English, because English is the medium of instruction, and a language that is used globally in English, translating everything into the other 10 official languages. Will the students use them? This lady said she's not comfortable using Sepedi even though it's her mother tongue. Give me a Bible to read in Sepedi, I can't, and I'm a Sepedi speaking. But give me an English Bible, I would read that, a chapter in 10 minutes because I'm comfortable with that. So much as I understand where you guys are coming from, I'm just looking at the practical side of things. Are we not inundating people with work where they will now have to translate everything into the other 10 other official languages, and students will not utilize that information because it is easier for them to just do what they've been doing in English?
Oh, that's a very, very good point you raised. And we often hear that. So just a silly little joke, we don't inundate people with work, we create work. So, no, but that's stupid. I will respond by telling you a little something from my own experience again. I was involved in a large research project a few years ago where we focused, among others, on the exact point that you now make. And the response from students, and I'm talking about large data sets now, I'm talking about samples of 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 students who responded across the country, or from across the country. The general things that came out is, no, we're not going to use Sesotho or isiZulu. I'm not going to write all of a sudden in isiZulu or Sesotho. I'm going to continue writing in English because English is the language of commerce. It's money works in English. It doesn't work in Afrikaans. It doesn't work in Sesotho. It doesn't work in isiZulu. It works in English. The world of work is in English. This morning, one of the colleagues came to ask me, but don't we do our students a disservice if we train them now in all these languages and they go out to a job one day, and when they're in the job, They couldn't care less. Industry couldn't care less about advancing multilingualism. They say, we have products to make, to manufacture and to sell, and our business is conducted in English. So write your report in English. I don't want to see it in any other language. So don't we do students a disservice? So back to the students. They said, no, they're not going to start writing in English. No, in the African languages. No, they're not really going to use the African language. But what came out, and that was the most interesting part to me, I don't know, have any of you heard of the term translanguaging? Have you heard of translanguaging? Now, a very simple and a short definition for translanguaging is we use one language in the class, English, but then we provide support materials in the other strongest language. So in other words, I'll make it very practical. Let's say I'm a teacher of history. I teach in English because we consider English to be the lingua franca. But then I also make available a terminology list at my university. Sesotho and Setswana are the other two official languages. They're regional languages. So I also make available a translated terminology list in those languages. We also ensure that we appoint tutors, senior students busy with, let's say, their master's degrees, who are home language users of Setswana. Then once a week or once every 2 weeks, we have a tutorial in Setswana that students can come and sit in. At my institution, we also have interpreting services. Now, in a single week, we interpret around about 3,000 lectures per week. And we interpret between the 4 official languages, from English to Afrikaans, from English to Sesotho, from English to Setswana, and the other ways around. So it's costing a lot of money. But those are all mechanisms that we can put in place and to help our students. So the feedback from students was, no, I'm going to continue studying in English and writing in English and what, but please provide me with these additional resources in my home language. So, for example, when I sit the exam, please have a translation of the exam paper available. So give me the English paper, but also give me a translation in Setswana of the paper available. Now, immediately, if we talk exam papers, that's high stakes. No? I mean, a student can fail, and it's going to cost them money again if they need to enroll again. You can imagine the political issues that can come from that. So we have to make sure we use SATI accredited. We have to back translate. We have to do quality assurance again and again before we can provide the student with 2 languages in an exam paper. So that's what is meant, put simply, by the term translanguaging, that we include additional language resources as part of supporting our students and staff. And I think that is what SADiLaR is aimed at. So SADiLaR, I think it's not saying, and SADiLaR colleagues, you must please help me. I don't think SADiLaR is saying, oh, we must turn this country around. In 10 years' time, we should all be proficient in at least 4 languages of the country. That would be great, but I don't think it's going to happen. Please, Masi, can you please give our colleague a mic?
Muzi.
Yes, thank you, Prof, for the explanation. I wanted just to give my little input. During my days when I was still a teacher, history teacher in Siswati, there was this question from history class where it says, discuss the effects of the Cold War. So students failed dismally because they look at war, they thought of casualties. Then I asked them in Siswati, what is a Cold War? Then they were surprised when I gave them an equivalent. It's whereby people actually don't fight. It's only a matter of words. And then say that, if you have given us an equivalent in Siswati, we're going to discuss it and give you the results. Because for them, they only looked at the word war. Yet the keyword was Cold War. So you can't have casualties where? In a Cold War. So imagine if I had prepared them and given them technologies. That's okay. In Siswati, when you talk about Cold War, where I say that impi magama, like we are only using words, fighting with words instead of the actual war. So they failed. It wasn't, it means the exam wasn't actually testing their skills in terms of what I've read in history, but it was testing what now? English competency, which is not part of an English, of a history class. Hence we said that we are not saying that let us change everything, but try to enhance the student as well as in his or her mother tongue in a sense, for better understanding. You find that even for us who are saying that we are in academia, you try to express yourself, English word just vanish. Then you remember your native language. Then you say that I wanted to say, then you put your Swati name. Then people will say, that, oh, okay, they will give you what? The English one. So it is a matter of trying to enhance the learning and teaching actually, not trying to revolutionize everything in a sense. Yes, thank you.
I was thinking while he was speaking now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you're aware of it, but like 5 years ago, Google Translate was a mess. We always told students, no, never use Google Translate. Don't tell your lecturers that I've said it now, please. Don't split on me. But Google Translate is not that bad any longer. You cannot just put a text through and you get a correct translation of the text. That you'll never get. But it's not that bad any longer. And we also, and the Sadilar colleagues can perhaps tell you a little more on it, we also work on artificial intelligence, what we call machine learning. So we train computers, we train the machines to translate. You know, like Siri, we all use Siri and we speak to the phone, and that is speech to text or speech to speech or whatever. We train computers to do that by building huge data banks of words and translated words. And there's a product called Automato, and it translates into how many languages? Currently it translates already to 6, but they're working on the other languages, the other 3 African languages. Automato is excellent. It's even better than Google Translate. It's available free of charge, isn't it? On Sadilar's website. Go and have a look. So if you struggle with text in English and you just want to sort of unlock it for yourself in one of the African languages, just that additional resource, go and try it out. It's there. That's what Sadilar tries to do, to contribute in those kinds of ways, by not diminishing any single language, rather to extend languages by other languages.
Okay, when you decide on this, do you consult maybe, let's say, traffic departments, like the way we write learners with different languages? I remember this girl, we were writing learners, I failed learners 3 times with English, but this learner decided to write in Tsonga, I think Tsonga. So in the middle of that, he raised up the hand and said, I pressed this by mistake, can I go back? So the vigilator, they said, no, you didn't press it by mistake. You thought that if you do it in your own language, you will excel with it. So what I'm asking is, one of your research findings, do you go to such and ask them, like, when a student are doing stuff like that, tests online where you choose languages, which language most people prefer, like percentage in a way? Because that time I felt like the way African learners, they passed at first attempt. So I don't know if, I don't know what is in there. I'm curious. Sometimes I just want to go to the bank and just press speed and see how other like English words they are said in a way of financial, you know. So since this was like, no, we don't play with your money. You just press English. Get away from the others because we don't understand. I think I want to explore that. You don't get confused out there. learners, would you write your learners in your Sotho? But Sotho is one of the...
I'll tell you something.
I think it goes back to the issue of having terminology in your language. Having terminology of that specific field. Because if we are going to have to be writing in Setsonga, in Sesotho, I need to understand exactly what is the meaning of robot. What's the meaning of the, at least the translation equivalent to yellow lines, all those things I need to know, because if the translator used language that I am not accessible to, that I don't know, that they have coined, because remember when we are having all this terminology list, there's also a process of coining words in terminology to say we do not have internet in Sesotho. So what can we call internet for Sesotho? But if when as a learner you do not have that kind of background knowledge, you will fail. And for English and Afrikaans first language speakers, mother tongue speakers of those languages, it's quite easy for them to actually jump the hurdle of passing very nicely. And I'll tell you why. Because this is the language that they spoke from birth. And this child has been taught that it's a spoon. It's a spoon from birth. Up until grade 12, the terminology has not yet changed. But for African languages, it's quite different. At home, you get to grade 1 to grade 3, grade 4, it's a spoon. Now there's that change now, because now you are now using another language altogether. And again, as an African language student, person, academic, you go into the process of having to use your energy twice. I don't know if you have realized that when you are reading English or Afrikaans, you get to translate that questionnaire to yourself as an individual. I don't know that if you have experienced that. Now, that's why we take even longer in the exams compared to English and African students, because already they know this, the languages, compared to us who have to work twice as hard for us to get those higher symbols. Yeah, I think, just after Prof, you mentioned Google, I was actually even thinking of our spell checkers. Have you noticed that Microsoft has spell checkers for all the 11 official languages? Yes, it's no longer underlining my Sesotho. I mean, every time I'm writing my name, Microsoft decides to underline my name. No, not anymore. You just say Sesotho, and then already whatever that you write in Sesotho, it's not going to underline. You see, yes. But yeah, we are seriously developing these tools, and these tools, we are developing them for everyone. They are actually accessible. Yeah.
Yes, this is a very interesting topic. So I don't know, where do we go from here? Are we going to have another session, or are we going to get feedback of everything that is happening right now in terms of the questionnaires and the discussions and the way forward?
From here, Prof, we are going to collect everything. I hope we are all done with our questionnaire. Okay, good. So we are going to analyze the data that we received from all the various institutions. And then from there we get to see now, okay, UNISA has 11 official languages. What kind of resources do they have? What kind of resources do they need? And how are we going to make sure that they have those resources? And we are going to do this for all the 26 universities in the country. So we are actually all over trying to figure out exactly these needs so that we can have a bridge for the universities to actually work together. Yes.
Thank you so much. Just quick comment. Sitting here listening to the views and the comments from students, it is very interesting. And as an academic, I think it will strengthen our language policy as the institution. And it is also interesting to hear that some students are actually not into this translation thing. But let me emphasize that, as you have said, that it is more of a support to the understanding or comprehension or to the student side. For example, when we were still teaching in English and Afrikaans, you would see some students that would have registered and selected Afrikaans as their language of teaching and learning. But when they answer the exams, they would still answer in English. So you would see that they use Afrikaans to understand, but when they respond to the questions, they would still respond in English. So it did work for them, and then it can still work, because when we analyze the results of the student, you will see that it's actually the question of understanding the question itself. It's not that the student doesn't know, but maybe the student struggled in understanding the question itself, and the language might have been the barrier itself. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And in one of the social media platform, one posted a comment that if you teach agriculture in Setswana, the cabbage will still grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the survey? Yes. Questions, comments? Then we can close.
So I just wanted to say, UNISA being an ODL, majority of the time the engagement you would say of a teacher would be the tutorial letter. I think we don't have like your general contact universities. Yes, we can for studies such as accounting and maybe I think a few engineering programs. There'll be contact classes for those particular fields of study. But in general, most of the time, students are reliant on tutorial letters, meaning students are reading content constantly from UNISA. It's always just a lot of reading. And when I looked at the survey, a lot of the questions spoke to a contact university, did not take into account a university such as this one. Then I come to my other gripe with the survey, but the Prof did address it earlier on, and a few other of the academics. And a round of applause to the academics who actually stayed with the students. That is to me a tremendous sign of just respecting the field of future academics, because to me it's just disappointing that they all left. So what did I forgot my point. Thanks, Tana. Tana. I'll try to remember.
Any other comments while you're still trying to remember your question? Comments, questions? You have the names for the... Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see what you have for us. Am I getting something as well? How?
Also, from the questionnaire, it was a bit difficult because, you know, when you get into an institution, so I got here as a master's student, yeah. So you get here, you just do your research. So it asked about language policy services, and you were not even orientated, you don't even know if the university has such. And also the language policy service, where would it help, be it in a cafeteria, in the classroom, like if you were to go into a contact university, like here in Gauteng, people are coming from different places. So as a lecturer, you teach in English, and someone responds maybe in Venda. Like, and you don't understand Venda. They understand Venda, and they'll be able to grasp the concept in Venda, but you as a lecturer, you can't understand. So the language policy service in terms of the African languages would be a bit difficult, yeah. So maybe in the cafeteria outside, like getting to know each other, other cultures and all, but in the classroom, that then would be difficult. Yeah, so.
Yes, thank you, good point. It is indeed difficult because at universities we appoint lecturers based on their qualifications and experience. But like in your case, I think it's extremely difficult at an institution like UNISA, where, let's say, the lecturer is Chivenda speaking, and now there are students conversing in isiZulu and isiXhosa, and the lecturer doesn't understand. I mean, I cannot deal with a Setswana student at Northwest University because I know nothing of Setswana, but I do understand isiZulu. So, yeah, it's difficult, and the language policies tend to focus on students in particular, but it doesn't work the other way around. So that's the one comment, and it's something we picked up already. The other comment is that we've picked up at almost, you're the third university, and we've done 2 pilots before we started with the official audit. So you're the third one of the official audit universities. And we picked up already that people say, both students and staff, we never knew about this. We weren't aware of a language unit or a language directorate or something that could have helped us. So that thing of, as you say, you came here as a master's student, please just market it, make it visible to students, let them know that these services and support mechanisms are available. So we've heard that many a time, and that's exactly part of the questionnaire. We want to find out what's lacking at university. So it seems to me at this stage, if I can do a thumbs up, and this is not good science, just a thumbs up, it seems to me that universities do not communicate well with their students and with their staff. The things are available, but people don't know about it. And just on your question, ma'am, about what's the way forward, yes, so on Thursday and Friday this week, all the vice-chancellors, you know what the vice-chancellor is? It's the big bosses of the universities. They all meet here in Pretoria at UP, and we then need to report their initial or preliminary report that we're going to give to the Vice Chancellor's colloquium, because they all come together. And then we'll continue with the audit, and next year, September, we have to submit the final report. It will be available in the public space, but again, I would like to see which universities are going to actually communicate it with their staff and with their students, because we're going to do a lot of comparisons. At these institutions, we saw this, we noted that, these are the trends that we picked up, etc., etc. You know how science works. And yeah, but I would love to know how universities are going to deal with it when the final report has been submitted. So by September next year, the final report should be available.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Piti. So we selected the first few students who liked our pages. So I'll just call them out quickly. Ulerato Matibu, Bolet Dimaka, Cindy So Redeemer, Ntlalu, Tlabat, oh sorry, and Moshe Hlongwan. Madicha Marcel, Malebotiba, Delva Mabasa, Delva Mabasa. Okay, and then Kia Betwe Ramushan. She left. Oh, okay. Everybody received their small gifts? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, we'll give to the one student who've been asking most of the questions. Program director, you know them well.
Please. Yes. Remember to go to our, yeah? Yes?
Yeah, in fact, I still have.
Okay. Yeah. Please go to our page, like and follow, and then receive your gift. Ne? You don't have a? You don't have a phone? Okay, in full, what is SADILA as? I guess SADILA is the acronym. So what's the full? In 30 seconds. In 30 seconds. Those who did not receive, at least. Yes, girl. Yeah, I think do we still have any comments, any questions?
Oh, yes.
If
on the issue of translations in the industry, my side hustle, I'm not a qualified translator, but certain advertising companies, when they need someone to translate something, they'll send me an email. For me, it's a kickback.
Yeah, that's where the problem is, because it's a nice thing for you as an individual. It's a quick back, but do you understand the grammar and the linguistic aspects that actually go into having that? And another thing, last week I received an email, I think it's from one of the translation companies. They wanted me to quality check someone's work. Yes, I did that.
But I could not actually even go to the second page or even the second paragraph reading that, because they took exactly what I think what was on Google, which uses Lesotho Sesotho compared to South African Sesotho. So already I can pick up that this person is not familiar with the target market, the South African Sesotho speakers, because that, yes, it's one language, but the orthography is different. So you need to be very careful of such things when you are translating. Who are you translating for? So I couldn't even get to the second paragraph. I was like, no, I can't. Not that I can't read the language, but the target audience is wrong. We're not writing it for Lesotho, Sesotho people. We're writing it for South Africans. Yeah. It's not SABC, it's Sadila. It's already it's already answered. She already got the AA. But there's a question, okay. But please remember to go to our website, sadila.org. There are a lot of things, and sometimes we do even have open calls. Then we can be able to fund your projects.
Yes, I already have it. No, I wanted to comment. It's not a question anymore. Yeah, in terms of committing, I think that we must also open some publications website or books, because sometimes it's so difficult to publish with South African publishers. They make it difficult to publish with African languages. So I think you should also try to work in that aspect. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
I think that space is actually coming up. I just submitted together with my colleague a book chapter written in Sesotho. So I think it's slowly opening up. Yeah, but I do know that for Afrilex, you have to at least have your abstract in one of the South African languages, even if you articulate in English. So I think journals are actually getting into that space. Yeah. But of course, I'm sure of at least the linguistic, lexicographic side, but for the physics, I am not sure then how that space actually works.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. There's such a huge need for that. The problem, however, with the damn publishers is they think money, which to a certain extent one can understand. So they immediately do the calculations. How big is the readership? So are they going to sell 200 books, or will they be able to sell 10,000 books? And because they want to make a profit. And that's the big issue, and I think if we can get sponsorships or things like that to get books out in the different languages, it will be absolutely fantastic. We just completed it. It's a textbook on applied linguistics. We wrote it in Afrikaans because nothing like that exists in Afrikaans. Also not in the African languages, of course, but we said, okay, let's start with Afrikaans. And we had to put down 200,000 rand because before they even considered the project. So you actually need to fund the project, and we got sponsorships from here and there and everywhere. 20,000 here, 30,000 there. Then you can make a project work. But Sadilar doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to put in a project proposal soon for the reworking of that book in, let's say, isiZulu and Sesotho or Sesotho Sealeboa, or whatever, and that we can involve colleagues whose home language it is to rewrite that. But it's going to cost us R1 million to do that. So that's the estimates. So money is the big problem.
You have a question? Okay. Thank you again for taking your time to come and be with us today. I know that it's exam time and a lot of things are actually happening. But thank you so much, and we really value your views, your inputs, your comments, your suggestions, your questions. We are actually taking notes of what you've been saying so that we can see exactly how we improve the questionnaire, so that we make it accessible, so that we make it in a way that even other students, when we go to other universities, would actually be able to comprehend exactly what we have written. So thank you so much. And yeah, I think you can have light snacks just on the right before you leave. And yeah, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. You want pictures?